The church authority in Rome held a deep-seated fear of the ancient Sumerian deities, a concern that honestly transcended even their apprehension of the devil. This was not because these figures were simply fabricated, but because their presence felt way too potent, too deep-rooted, and, honestly, too dangerous to even acknowledge. Beneath the quiet stone floors and secured vaults, the names Enki and the Anunnaki circulate in hushed tones, echoing through forgotten records sealed off from light for ages. Their existence was carved into history long before the time of Christ, their narratives predating the tale of Eden, and, their memory was never fully extinguished. Tonight, we immerse ourselves in a Vatican enigma shrouded by the past. A narrative involving hidden information, powerful symbols, and ancient gods the established faith was unable to subdue. If such hidden histories intrigue you, remember to join our audience. So find your peace, close your eyes, and allow the telling to begin. The Vatican is never truly still. Even in the darkness beneath the magnificent dome of St. Peter's Basilica, the air maintains a peculiar calm, like a held breath deep within the apostolic palace. A single candlelight flickers in a lengthy hallway, its weak flame bending gently as if disturbed by an imperceptible current. These are not the well-known tourist areas. These are corridors never marked on any official chart. They are silent, indeed, yet never empty. The polished marble reflects faint footsteps, though no one appears to be moving. Sculptures of forgotten saints cast deep shadows against the stone, their gaze fixed not outward, but downward, as though observing something hidden below. At this hour, the Vatican feels more like a memory than a physical place, as if it has withdrawn from the present moment into something much older, something concealed. Behind one securely locked door, requiring a key seen by only a handful, rests a chamber known exclusively to a small group of archivists. The shelves inside are weighed down with ancient parchment, some so fragile they crumble at the lightest touch. One particular shelf holds a document never intended to be found. It was scripted in faint ink during the 16th century and secured with the papal seal. It bears no title, no date, only the single word, Shinar. Most dismiss it as a mere reference to the biblical Tower of Babel. But for a specific elderly Jesuit scholar, the words struck with alarming force. He had encountered it once before, engraved on a fractured clay tablet from an ancient city buried beneath the Iraqi desert. The writing was Sumerian, the tongue of the first civilization on record. The name was not a location. It was a serious warning. This scholar, identified only in correspondence as Father Matteo, had spent his life in the secluded corners of the Vatican Library. He seldom spoke, rarely rested, and never departed from the city. But after reading that sealed document, everything changed. He ceased attending services, he stopped writing, and one evening, after securing the reading room, he walked into the inner sanctuary corridors and was never seen again. Some claim he simply disappeared, others say he chose to leave, yet the stretch of hallway where he vanished remains noticeably colder than the surrounding area, and the light fixtures there often dim and brighten, even when recently refilled with oil. A young security guard once reported hearing faint whispers in that corridor late at night. Not in Latin nor Italian, but in a deep, fragmented language that caused his hands to tremble uncontrollably. Whatever Father Matteo discovered in that sealed writing, it was not mere fiction. It was something tangible, and it guided him into the sections of the Vatican most people prefer to ignore. Tonight, our journey begins where his final steps concluded. In the quiet hallways of the Vatican after dark, where secrets rest in the masonry and forgotten gods may still breathe beneath the foundations. The Vatican archives extend far deeper than the public imagines. beyond the ornate marble and glittering crosses, lies a complex maze of sealed vaults and abandoned rooms. The atmosphere there is dry, carrying the scent of aged paper and extinguished smoke. Every single shelf contains narratives that have remained untold for hundreds of years, sensitive information the world was never intended to access. And occasionally, when no one is there to witness, one of those hidden stories reawakens. It began with a modest request. A historian from Naples was granted temporary entry to the lower vaults, where vulnerable documents are kept safe from light. He was engaged in research on the early missionary movements of the Church, attempting to trace how the Vatican historically approached ancient belief systems in the Middle East. What he found instead was a letter misplaced among papal exchanges from the 16th century. It was folded once, secured with a broken length of ribbon, and marked with a strange emblem that did not correspond to the insignia of any known bishop or cardinal. Initially, it seemed insignificant. A note written in Latin addressed to a pope whose name had been violently scratched out in red ink. But as he read it, line by line, the room itself seemed to shift. The letter addressed not religious deviation or political intrigue, but a dramatic encounter in the East and a collection of physical artifacts that had destabilized the core of the priesthood. It issued a solemn warning about an ancient deity named Enki, described not as a fanciful legend, but as a genuine power still active in the world. The historian presented the document to the senior archivist. He anticipated intellectual curiosity. Instead, the archivist's face grew pale. Without uttering a single word, the letter was abruptly seized from his hand and secured in a locked drawer. The next morning, the historian's authorizations were revoked, his research privileges immediately cancelled. He departed for Naples without his field notes, his name erased from the official visitor log. But before his exit, he had secretly transcribed one critical sentence into his personal journal. "Beware the gods of Shinar, for they were not utterly destroyed, only given new names." That solitary sentence triggered a minor quiet alarm within specific small circles of the church establishment. Shinar was an ancient designation for the land of Sumer, and the gods it alluded to were not simple demons, not mere fallen spirits, but something far older and potentially far more menacing. What most troubled the archivist was not the subject matter itself, but the date of the document. The letter was composed in 1591, centuries before contemporary archaeology had even uncovered the existence of Sumer. Yet somehow, someone within the Vatican already possessed the names of the Sumerian deities and feared them sufficiently to mandate their absolute silence. The letter itself has never been publicly seen again, but the story of its existence persists, communicated in subdued tones between scholarly colleagues, always starting the very same way. There was a secret letter once, and it was never supposed to be found. Long before the Vatican erected its formidable stone perimeter, before the symbol of the cross adorned its structures, and before the Latin language served as the official voice of the faith, an entirely different world existed. A world defined by inscribed clay tablets, soaring temple architecture, and gods whose names very few now recall. That world was Sumer, frequently recognized as the birthplace of organized human civilization, but beneath the surface of its brilliant cultural innovations lies a deeper truth, one the Vatican has observed with meticulous discretion. Sumer was situated along the mighty rivers of southern Mesopotamia in what is now the modern nation of Iraq. Thousands of years prior to the advent of Christ, these pioneering people constructed cities that radiated brilliantly in the desert sun. They accurately charted the movement of the stars, inscribed complex legal systems onto durable stone, and spoke of powerful entities who were not indigenous to Earth, but who descended from the heavens. They called this group the Anunnaki. In the unyielding calm of the Vatican archives, there exist fragments of investigative notes and official reports that reveal a subtle but persistent anxiety. For centuries, the Church's inner historians have grappled with how to categorize Sumer. Its foundational myths predate the Old Testament. Its deities walked the planet long before the Bible spoke of a Garden of Eden, and its narratives are not vague or entirely symbolic. They are remarkably detailed. Names, precise dates, specific instructions. These were not merely religious aspirations, they read with the conviction of lived historical memory. One surviving Sumerian tablet, now permanently secured in the British Museum, recounts a devastating deluge dispatched by the gods to eliminate humankind. The single, chosen survivor constructs a massive vessel and saves all life from ruin. That original account is thousands of years more ancient than the Book of Genesis. But the most unsettling element is not the similarity of the story. It is the raw language used. The Sumerians wrote of these gods as absolute sovereigns, beings of immense purpose and power who physically resided within their cities, not exclusively high above them. In the late 1940s, a specialized Vatican linguist visited an archaeological excavation near the ancient ruins of Ur, operating under the deceptive cover of a cultural exchange mission. What he covertly brought back to Rome was not fine art. It was a stone rubbing of a nearly shattered tablet that bore a single name the Church had historically avoided uttering: Enlil. That same name would later surface in a heavily restricted Vatican document classified under non-Christian spiritual entities. It was promptly and quietly transferred to the strictly limited section and was never officially referenced again. What made Sumer so deeply unsettling to the Vatican was not simply its sheer antiquity. It was the powerful impression that everything fundamental began there. Organized writing, systematic mathematics, geographical mapping, codified law, temple construction, and the concept of God itself, and that perhaps what the Church had rigorously defined as exclusive spiritual truth had already been permanently inscribed in durable stone by a different, preceding authority. The more dedicated scholars investigate Sumer, the more unresolved questions they encounter. Who were the Anunnaki truly, underneath the titles? Why do their unique names echo throughout the historical records of Babylon, Egypt, and even subtle passages within early Christian documentation? And why has the Vatican, the devoted custodian of such vast collections of world history, never openly acknowledged them? This official silence is not an accident. It is a deliberate institutional choice. And sometimes the most profoundly powerful truths are the ones intentionally hidden, not simply forgotten by the passage of time. Among the oldest written names to survive from human history are three that continue to resonate through the corridors of time: Enki, Enlil, and the Anunnaki. Engraved into fragile clay tablets more than 4,000 years ago in ancient Sumer, these names belonged not to celebrated poets or earthly rulers, but to a powerful pantheon of gods, ancient potent beings, who, according to the narratives, physically shaped the world and presided over the celestial sphere. Within inner Vatican discussions, these names are rarely brought up, but they are absolutely known, confined within dust-covered chambers and silent, deep recesses. Scholars have long argued over whether these ancient deities were merely mythological creations or something substantially more dangerous, not because they were definitively proven to be false, but because specific elements of their history came uncomfortably close to the very genesis of established Christian doctrine. Enlil was consistently described as the sovereign lord of the sky, a powerful controller of storms and divine judgment. He governed from the distant heavens, unleashing massive floods when he perceived mankind becoming excessively loud or too full of self-importance. Enki, his fraternal counterpart, was distinctly different. He was revered as the god of fresh water, boundless wisdom, and purposeful creation. Where Enlil was inclined to dispense harsh punishment, Enki was a figure of protection and preservation, and the two brothers were frequently locked in theological conflict. One commanded absolute terrified silence. The other gently whispered profound secrets to those living below. Some astute Vatican scholars identified in the character of Enki a highly troubling parallel, not to a punishing orthodox god, but to a far more subtle figure. A being who freely offers dangerous knowledge to humanity, a figure the early church might have explicitly called the serpent, but the central, most disturbing mystery remains focused on the Anunnaki as a whole. They were collectively described as a supreme council of gods who intentionally descended from the remote stars to govern the Sumerian city-states directly. They were not supplicated to in the ethereal manner later monotheistic gods would be. They were revered as absolute rulers, beings of defined physical presence and direct power who shared the same cities with mortal men. That idea alone, the concept of divine entities physically walking the earth, generated profound discomfort within theological academic circles. It was too dangerously close to the concept of angels, too close to the idea of demons, and far too close to the concept of the divine manifested in a recognizable human form. In 1962, a Jesuit priest assigned to a purely linguistic role in Turkey transmitted a strictly sealed report back to the core Vatican library. Within the document, he painstakingly detailed persistent local legends that spoke explicitly of luminous sky beings who predated all of the established prophets. He included precise translations of carved names: Enlil, Inanna, Anu. The entire report vanished immediately into the highly restricted stacks without any formal acknowledgement or reply. That same priest quietly resigned from his post 2 years later, and he never published any further work. For a church founded upon a single, unbroken divine lineage, the mere concept of an infinitely older, broader pantheon, one that included gods who demonstrably rivaled the Creator in both power and earthly presence, proved far too much to publicly accept. But the pervasive stories simply would not vanish, and the more dedicated scholars dug meticulously through the deep sands of Mesopotamia, the more physical evidence they uncovered. Ancient temples carefully aligned with distant star formations, religious rites recorded with astonishing mathematical exactitude, and creation myths that existed long before every single volume contained within the Vatican's vast library. Were Enki and Enlil simply invented concepts of early human minds attempting to rationalize the vast world around them? Or were they persistent echoes of a fundamental truth the Church has for centuries tried with absolute diligence to bury and erase? The Anunnaki, once openly worshipped in the bright light of day, are now relegated to the shadows of history. And somewhere deep within the Vatican's most protected rooms, their original names remain carefully filed, hermetically sealed, and never truly forgotten by those in power. In the extremely old narratives of Sumer, the powerful gods did not reside in the distant, unreachable sky, or within abstract human dreams. They physically walked among the common people. They governed major cities, wore identifiable earthly crowns, and occupied physical thrones constructed of shining gold and brilliant lapis lazuli. These were not abstract, quiet symbols of a distant faith. They were formidable, real presences, commanding and authoritative, and they were recorded as breathing the very same atmosphere as their human worshippers. And for the people living in that era, there was no logical doubt that they were sharing their daily lives directly with the divine. Every significant city-state in Sumer had its own principal patron god. In the city of Eridu, it was Enki. In Nippur, it was Enlil. In Uruk, the goddess Inanna. The massive temples constructed were not merely places for religious worship, but were genuinely believed to be physical residences, actual homes created specifically for these gods. Offerings of food and material goods were consistently left at their temple doors. Elaborate daily meals were carefully prepared in their ritualistic kitchens. Priests served as their official personal attendants. These gods, the collective Anunnaki, were emphatically not perceived as distant, abstract observers from an unreachable realm above. They were the recognized current kings, and occasionally, according to the literal translations of the ancient texts, they would take on human form and actively rule as legitimate kings themselves. This disturbing belief that divine beings could fully inhabit and govern human cities has remained a complex problem for Vatican scholars for hundreds of years. In confidential internal papers exchanged during the 19th century, certain dedicated Jesuit historians debated extensively whether the detailed Sumerian historical accounts were the original source material for later stories concerning angels, prophets, and even the Messiah figure himself. One deeply private letter, preserved and hidden in a drawer, explicitly marked non-canonical research, tentatively suggested that the very early Christian Church may have quietly replicated this divine-human ruler relationship when establishing its own institutional foundations. If the potent gods of Sumer once literally walked alongside mortal men, what profound implications did that carry for the most sacred figures of Christian historical accounts? Were they simply subtle echoes of a previous tradition or urgent, dire warnings? The complex conflict only intensified upon a closer examination of the moral behaviour attributed to these ancient gods. They possessed genuine flaws. They were prone to extreme jealousy. They passionately fell in and out of love. They engaged in massive, destructive conflicts amongst themselves. Some were devoted protectors of humanity, others actively sought to eradicate it entirely, and this single fact alone raised highly uncomfortable questions within the most sensitive theological circles. If these entities were truly only myths, why did their recognizable voices and behaviors seem so strikingly, personally familiar? In 1937, a meticulous French archaeologist unearthed a stunning stone relief just outside the long-abandoned ancient city of Lagash. The detailed carving prominently displayed a towering figure, wearing a distinct horned crown, standing shoulder to shoulder among several soldiers. Unlike almost all other divine carvings from that period, the god was not depicted as immensely larger than the accompanying humans. He was the exact same height. Some initially theorized this was merely an artistic convention, but a select few Vatican researchers profoundly disagreed. One quietly recorded in his personal journal that they were not to be worshipped from a distance. They were obeyed only when seen up close. That journal is now permanently secured in a sealed case, its final speculative pages deliberately unread by the vast majority. But its core, unsettling idea has never fully subsided. If the Anunnaki did indeed live and rule among the earliest humans, then every fundamental aspect of our understanding of divine history must immediately and drastically be re-evaluated. Not every pivotal event occurred within religious visions. Not every god willingly chose to remain within the heavens. And perhaps that is the ultimate profound truth the Vatican has feared all along. Not that the Sumerian gods were proven to be false, but that they were demonstrably present, and that their physical evidence remains buried just beneath the thin dust of time. Deep beneath the expansive floors of the Vatican Library, where the dry atmosphere carries the heavy scent of dust and ancient candle wax, lies a highly restricted section sealed not with elaborate signage, but with an absolute, enforced silence. Only a very few chosen men are ever permitted entry, and even fewer dare to speak of what they are permitted to witness. Among those deeply hidden shelves, surrounded by countless ancient scrolls and thousands of forgotten letters, sits a single object that is intentionally never recorded in any official public ledger. It is identified only by a code name quietly whispered between the most senior archivists: the Sumerian tablet. Unlike the beautifully preserved polished manuscripts of Latin or Greek, this artifact is roughly cut, visibly cracked, and extremely heavy with its immense age. It is inscribed in cuneiform, the single oldest recognized script in all of human history. No descriptive title marks its aged surface. No museum identification label explains its deeper significance. But for the very few who have been permitted to study it, even briefly, the chilling message is terrifyingly clear. This is not just abstract mythology, it is a precise historical memory. The origin story of this artifact traces back to the initial decades of the 20th century. In the year 1928, a high-ranking Vatican diplomat stationed in southern Iraq was formally invited to observe a critical excavation near the long-lost ruins of Eridu, recognized as one of the oldest cities ever discovered on Earth. During the progress of the dig, a group of local labourers uncovered a large stone chamber sealed tightly shut beneath many layers of brick. Inside, several distinct broken tablets were found, scattered like fragments of a complex puzzle. Most were too badly damaged to decipher, but one was almost perfectly preserved. The diplomat, highly trained in ancient written languages, immediately recognized the etched symbols. They clearly referenced Enki, the god of immense wisdom, and spoke ominously of a pivotal gift initially given to mortal men and then forcibly reclaimed. That single chilling line deeply troubled the diplomat. He transmitted a high-priority coded message to the Vatican hierarchy, urgently requesting quiet, immediate transportation assistance. Within a few short weeks, the tablet was carefully packed, securely sealed, and discreetly flown directly to Rome under the personal guard of a specific Jesuit historian. Officially, the artifact never made it to its destination. But decades later, in the highly personal private notes of a now retired Vatican scribe, a strange, telling entry appeared. It meticulously described an artifact of Sumerian origin that was judged to be far too disruptive for any open scholarly discussion. Now permanently stored in the hidden collection deep beneath the library, the scribe's note darkly warned that its complete translation had severely unsettled those who fully read it, and that it explicitly referenced an actual moment in time when powerful gods personally instructed mankind in the vast secrets of the stars. This was not merely a simple creation myth. It was a stark, factual confession, a written record of a specific era when divine, world-altering knowledge physically walked the earth. One profound phrase, sharply carved in deep, deliberate lines, was repeated verbatim multiple times throughout the text. The sky opened, and they came down. Some nervous church officials theorized the tablet simply described the actions of fallen angels. Others genuinely feared it suggested a far more uncomfortable truth. That true, divine knowledge did not originate in the lands around Jerusalem or Rome, but in Sumer, under the literal dominion of gods the Church had intentionally chosen to ignore and erase from history. To this very day, the tablet is never physically displayed. It possesses no official photograph, no digital record. And when directly questioned about its existence, the Vatican simply and consistently replies that no such object exists in their collection. But somewhere deep beneath the smooth marble floors, securely hidden behind numerous locked doors and suffocating layers of official silence, the tablet waits patiently. Not fully lost, not completely broken, just absolutely forbidden to be seen or studied. The Vatican institution has always maintained a quiet, subtle fascination with towers. Not just the elegant structures that chime their bells over the city of Rome, but one immensely older, far more enigmatic structure. The Tower of Babel. For many centuries, it was exclusively taught as a religious lesson in human pride and subsequent divine punishment, where humanity's arrogant attempt to ascend to heaven was disastrously curtailed and its people violently scattered. But within the Vatican's strictly private records, there are clear traces of an entirely different interpretation, one intentionally never meant for public consumption. And at the chilling heart of this secret narrative stood the powerful order of the Jesuits. In the 17th century, a small, highly specialized group of Jesuit scholars initiated a complex study of ancient religious texts originating in Mesopotamia. Their primary objective was to trace the definitive roots of all human language, the absolute origin of human speech. But as they focused their attention more closely on the remote ruins of Babylon and Ur, and as they translated the cuneiform tablets slowly surfacing across Europe, a disturbing pattern began to fully materialize. The story of Babel, they shockingly realized, was significantly older than the canonical book of Genesis. It predated the time of Moses, and its source may have been derived not from a sudden divine vision, but from an actual historical memory. One of these pioneering Jesuits, Father Lorenzo Salvi, developed an intense obsession with a particular remote archaeological site in southern Iraq. Local Bedouin tribes referred to it as Beers Nimrud, a towering mound of shattered stone and immense partially buried pillars. Salvi became absolutely convinced it represented the genuine location of the mythical Tower of Babel. What most deeply troubled him was not the obvious ruin itself, but what he believed was hidden beneath it. He recorded in a confidential letter, which was later sealed within the Vatican archives, that he had found a fragment of language that was never intended for human vocal cords, carved into a piece of stone that predated the biblical flood event. He theorized it was Sumerian script and that it precisely described a time in deep history when mankind directly communicated with the gods rather than simply conversing about them. Salvi eventually returned to Rome in 1694. He was extremely thin and withdrawn, he spoke very little, and he died within the year. His personal field notes were instantly locked away, but the intense intellectual curiosity he ignited never truly left the Jesuit order. Other priests quietly picked up his thread of research, meticulously comparing the newly translated Sumerian accounts with the established narrative in the book of Genesis. What they uncovered was profoundly unsettling. The Sumerians possessed their own version of a massive tower, yet it was not constructed in an attempt to reach heaven. It was specifically designed to formally welcome beings arriving from the celestial realm above. They called these structures ziggurats, towering temples featuring elaborate staircases leading directly to the stars. One literal translation even proposed that the monumental tower served as a landing platform, a deliberate bridge connecting earth and sky. And if that interpretation proved to be true, then the sacred biblical tale of Babel might not be about human arrogance and sin at all. It might be a historical account of a catastrophic, broken connection between the divine gods and mortal men. That revolutionary idea was strictly confined and never shared outside the Jesuit inner circles of the Church. It remains perpetually hidden in the margins of officially forbidden books, and is only whispered between the most trusted senior scholars. Because if the Tower of Babel represents not a cautionary religious warning but an undeniable historical memory, then the entire theological framework immediately collapses. The assumed origin of all human language, the fundamental fall of man from grace, the mysterious silence of the heavens, and maybe, just maybe, the gods did not deliberately depart because they were enraged. They departed because humanity tragically stopped understanding their language. And the Vatican, ever vigilant and protective, ensured that the door to that version of the story remained permanently shut and locked. They are globally renowned for their enforced silence, their absolute discipline, and their unmistakable black cassocks. The Jesuits have always operated as far more than just standard priests. Founded during the immense religious upheaval of the 16th century, the prestigious Society of Jesus swiftly became the Vatican's most trusted and simultaneously most feared intellectual and investigative order. They were renowned educators, cutting-edge scientists, and tireless missionaries. But among their numerous visible public roles, there was one that always remained firmly in the deep shadows. They were the clandestine guardians of dangerous knowledge that was never, under any circumstances, intended for the broader world. In a specific sealed room within the Jesuit Curia headquarters, a formidable building situated just beyond the official boundaries accessible to tourists and camera crews, there exists a plain drawer intentionally marked with no identifying label. It is persistently rumoured to contain numerous fragments of ancient heavy stone, dark as solidified coal and dense with unimaginable age. They are not inscribed in Latin, Greek or Hebrew, but in the unique, sharp, wedge-shaped markings of ancient Sumer. The Jesuits refer to them internally as the Black Tablets, though no official registered document by that specific name has ever been formally confirmed. These tablets, if their existence can be proven at all, are believed to have originated from the deep ruins of a specific ziggurat near the ancient city of Nippur. According to hushed, persistent accounts, they were covertly recovered during the early part of the 20th century and quickly transferred into the hands of a Jesuit scholar named Father Emilio Conti. He was globally respected for his seminal work in extremely ancient languages and for his notably quiet, reserved demeanour. But immediately after receiving the mysterious tablets, his prolific writing ceased entirely. He fully withdrew from all public life and formally refused every request for an interview. One longtime colleague darkly described him as permanently haunted, as if he had absorbed a truth so immense it could never be fully forgotten. The sparse notes he managed to leave behind remain secured in a sealed Vatican folder, but a single, unnerving sentence hastily scrawled on the back of a discarded liturgical calendar has inexplicably survived. It reads, "We were not the first to kneel." Those 5 words have profoundly puzzled professional researchers ever since. What exactly did Conti mean by that stark assertion? Some now speculate that the tablets describe the existence of a preceding earlier priesthood, a religious order that predates all known, established religions. A spiritual hierarchy composed not of ordinary men worshipping distant gods, but of early humans literally serving tangible gods who actively ruled right beside them. These powerful gods were not vague spirits or abstract religious symbols. They had precise, recorded names. Enki, Enlil, Inanna. And according to one highly sensitive translation, they forcibly demanded formal, absolute oaths of loyalty. This is the precise point where the core Jesuit history suddenly becomes far more intricately complex. Their own solemn oath, administered in private, deep chambers, demands unwavering obedience, complete secrecy, and absolute, unquestioning loyalty to the superior general, the powerful man they universally refer to as the Black Pope. Some academic scholars have quietly wondered if the highly controlled structure of the Jesuit order, its severe internal ranks, its intense secrecy, its unique, guarded rituals, was directly inspired not by standard Christian tradition, but by something immensely older. What if the Jesuits, in their deep, unrestricted study of ancient civilizations, uncovered not just historical knowledge, but a fully functional blueprint, a forgotten older pattern of demanding divine service, one that perfectly mirrored the dark truths contained in the black tablets held secretly in their care? The Vatican establishment has never once officially confirmed the literal existence of these dark tablets, but it has, significantly, never issued an official denial either. And in the quiet, long corridors where the distinct black robes move like silent shadows, the powerful old names are still repeatedly spoken, not openly aloud, but in constant, internal thought, always within the confines of private thought, because the most destabilizing secrets are not the ones publicly shouted in the streets, but the ones softly whispered by those very few individuals who already comprehend the unforgiving truth. The history of Babylon has consistently been narrated as a powerful cautionary tale of excessive human pride and subsequent divine crushing punishment. A colossal city suddenly erupting from the flat desert, its spectacular tower aggressively reaching toward the celestial sphere until the established god forcibly struck it down and scattered its entire population. That defining tale, rigidly documented in the Book of Genesis, was weaponized as an eternal warning to all who might dare to rival the divine order. But deep within the secretive Vatican archives, behind heavy locked doors and numerous forgotten folders, lies a fundamentally different portrait of the ancient city of Babylon, one filled with powerful symbols, persistent mistranslations, and a silent, crippling fear that the resulting confusion was not an act of destructive punishment, but a deliberate act of protection. When the pioneering Jesuit scholars initially began the difficult process of translating the early Sumerian and Akkadian clay tablets, they discovered numerous narratives that felt disturbingly familiar. Foundational myths of powerful sky beings, of sacrosanct, monumental towers, and of a divine shared language once fluidly spoken between the gods and mortal men. These startling narratives were significantly older than the Hebrew texts, much, much older. And within them, Babylon was not explicitly portrayed as a perpetually cursed city, but as a formal, recognized meeting place specifically established between the earthly and celestial realms. One dedicated priest, Father Hugo Rinaldi, spearheaded a quiet, intense effort in the early 1900s to meticulously track these numerous overlapping myths. He became convinced that the biblical account of Babel was a carefully edited rewriting of an ancient pivotal event, a specific moment in deep history when humanity dangerously touched something it was fundamentally not supposed to grasp. In one of his private journals, which was later abruptly seized by official Vatican personnel, he theorized, what if the resulting language confusion was not a divine curse, but a precise, protective shield, a method intentionally deployed to permanently sever the powerful link between men and those powerful beings who once physically walked right beside them? His controversial theory was not favorably received by the hierarchy. Within a year, his entire research funding was aggressively cut, and his name was formally removed from all official institutional records. But crucial fragments of his detailed notes did manage to survive. One specific note described a highly rare Babylonian cylinder seal secretly held in a private Vatican collection that clearly depicted winged figures gracefully descending a massive star-carved staircase. Beneath the image, a powerful phrase was repeated 3 times. The heavens knew one tongue, the profound idea that human language once fully united not just disparate peoples, but actual physical realms was far too radical for the Church to ever publicly embrace. If true, it would mean that early humans once communicated directly, openly, with powerful beings who unequivocally claimed divine authority, beings who may not have willingly chosen to leave, beings the Bible later conveniently categorized as fallen. But the pervasive confusion did not merely end in sacred scripture. Even within the specialized field of archaeology, the ancient city of Babylon has remained an enduring, unresolved puzzle. Its imposing towers were physically real, its organized priesthood was vast and powerful. Its intricate rituals were astonishingly precise, even scientific in nature. One specific cuneiform tablet accurately describes the precise positional alignment of stars during temple ceremonies with shocking near-modern accuracy. Another meticulously outlines a sophisticated calendar system that aligns perfectly with established modern astronomical cycles. These were simply not the works of so-called primitive minds. The institutional Vatican's response to all of this data has been a maintained official silence. Publicly, Babylon remains only a simple religious tale of failure. Privately, it is seen as something else entirely, a geographical location where too many uncomfortable historical truths surface far too easily. And so, the intended confusion continues, meticulously preserved not just of language but of the accurate historical memory. A forgotten history still subtly flickering beneath the dense layers of imposed myth, waiting for someone to dare to speak the single old tongue once more. In the extremely long and complex history of the Vatican, formalized councils have consistently served as pivotal moments of immense institutional change. when the powerful bishops gather behind strictly closed doors, officially guided by the authority of the Pope, they determine and shape the core direction of the Church's future. Dogmas are carefully refined, heresies are publicly condemned, and sacred truths are rigorously protected. But there was one potential council that was never formally announced, never actually completed, and officially never even took place. It was initially proposed in the early part of the 18th century, when numerous strange, unsettling reports began to reach the Holy See from missionaries strategically stationed in the heart of Mesopotamia. These dedicated men had been dispatched to preach among the vast, ancient ruins of forgotten cities now deeply buried beneath shifting desert sands. But instead of the expected large-scale conversions, they returned to Rome with deeply fundamental questions. Within the massive, fragmented stone ruins of Ur and Eridu, they had uncovered clear carvings of powerful gods who bore a striking resemblance to mortal men and spoke openly of a time before sin, before destructive division, before the biblical garden. At first, the Vatican hierarchy quickly dismissed the findings as simple pagan folklore, but then came the precise, repeated names: Enlil, Enki, Inanna. Names that continuously appeared again and again in dramatically different geographical regions, intricately carved in numerous different languages, yet always pointing back to the very same troubling source. One returning missionary claimed he had personally witnessed a temple inscription that described the so-called Lords of the Sky actively imparting critical knowledge to early man, including the original language of all creation. Another found a clay tablet referencing a devastating flood event with precise wording nearly identical to the narrative found in Genesis. In 1715, a select group of 12 highly specialized scholars was summoned to Rome. Some were recognized Jesuits, others were leading experts in comparative theology, ancient linguistics, and comparative religion. Their task was conceptually simple, but profoundly dangerous: to comprehensively study these new source materials and determine if they posed a definitive existential threat to the core tenets of church doctrine. What they collectively discovered deeply disturbed them all. The foundational myths of Sumer did not directly oppose Christianity, but they seemed to strikingly mirror it in numerous uncomfortably specific ways. The Anunnaki, the powerful divine beings of Sumer, were explicitly described not as abstract, distant gods, but as tangible, powerful figures who actively ruled city-states, walked directly among mortal men, and intentionally shaped the course of human history. And most shockingly of all, many of the ritualistic practices associated with their worship closely resembled very early Christian practices. Offerings of bread, the use of sacred water, the concept of divine judgment, and even the resurrection of a divine figure. As the specialized group prepared their final sensitive findings, official plans were quietly made to formally convene an official council. The Vatican intended to decisively address the rapidly growing public knowledge of the ancient East and draw clear, unbreachable lines between theological truth and mere cultural legend. But something definitively stopped the process. 2 of the 12 key scholars suddenly died within the same week, both under highly unusual and suspicious circumstances. One tragically collapsed unexpectedly during the celebration of Mass. The other was later found drowned in a shallow fountain near the Tiber River. No concrete foul play was ever definitively proven, but the nervous mood within the entire Vatican institution violently shifted. The remaining scholars were immediately instructed to terminate all work. The sensitive documents were quickly sealed and the official council was permanently cancelled. To this very day, there is absolutely no mention of it in any of the official church records. No minutes, no formal transcripts, no papal decree acknowledging the event. But in one dust-covered, neglected corner of the Apostolic Archive, a small, unmarked wooden box holds the final personal journal of one of the surviving scholars. His final chilling entry reads, "We looked too far into the distant past and saw something terrifyingly staring directly back at us. The council that never materialized remains a subtle, unsettling shadow in the entire Church's history. Not truly forgotten, simply permanently buried. Like the powerful gods, it urgently attempted to utterly silence. The foundational story of the Anunnaki was intended to slowly disappear, fading away like the crumbling ancient temples of Sumer. It was meant to be irrevocably lost beneath the drifting sand, the ceaseless wind, and the relentless march of time. But something inherent in that pervasive myth consistently refused to die out. Century after century, in geographical locations far removed from the fertile land where it originally began, persistent echoes of the old gods continued to reappear. They subtly surfaced in religious art, in powerful symbols, in secret, forbidden texts. And within the deepest silence of the Vatican's inner workings, a profound, lingering question continuously arose. Why does this single myth so stubbornly persist and endure? For a church authority founded upon carefully documented truth and strict divine authority, all myths are to be studied, methodically categorized, and definitively closed. But this specific one never remained contained in its theological box, even after the Jesuits officially sealed their investigative research, even after the aborted council dissolved completely into low whispers. Fragments and elements of the core Anunnaki narrative kept systematically reappearing, sometimes in the hands of dedicated scholars, sometimes disturbingly in the powerful religious dreams of the faithful. In the early 1800s, a young, promising priest named Father Louis Duras authored a controversial paper directly comparing the documented angelic appearances in Christian scripture to the detailed Sumerian accounts of god visitations. The subtle similarities he found were both profound and extremely strange. Luminous, powerful beings descending specifically from the sky, deliberately imparting forbidden knowledge, establishing foundational laws, and then suddenly vanishing without a trace. His analytical paper was formally rejected, not for factual errors or flawed research, but for its dangerous timing. That exact same year, a powerful Vatican cardinal received a private, strongly worded letter warning that any renewed institutional interest in pre-Abrahamic traditions held the potential to irrevocably erode the foundational basis of divine revelation. Yet Father Durain did not comply or stop his work. He continued his quiet effort to collect and cross-reference the ancient stories, and the more he investigated, the more compelling evidence he accumulated. Eastern European folklore contained accounts of celestial beings traversing human settlements. In southern Italy, a cathedral displayed carvings of winged, robed entities, yet these did not conform to the established portrayal of Christian angels. A forgotten prayer, inscribed in early Latin, made reference to the rulers of the land before the time of Eden. When he delivered these discoveries to Rome, his documentation was silently removed from the historical records. He passed away in a monastery 12 months later. No official reason was ever provided. However, the enduring legend persisted. In the early 1900s, the first accurate translations of Sumerian clay tablets were published. They spoke of a monumental deluge of sacred laws and of celestial conflicts. These narratives were elaborate, graphic, and strikingly familiar. Too familiar, in fact. Gradually, a small number of Vatican scholars began to ponder, could these accounts actually be the ancient foundation from which the scriptures eventually developed? A classified document, now under lock and key, described the Anunnaki not as false idols, but as misunderstood entities who had, at one time, governed the world. The author warned that if such concepts were ever made public, they would utterly dismantle the divine chain of command, not because they opposed religious belief, but because they preceded it. And this is the core of the Vatican's concern. The ancient story of the Anunnaki will not vanish, not out of stubbornness, but because it still occupies the void between established religious history and documented human history. It lingers like a faint melody, a constant reminder to the world of something far older, something buried yet never truly eradicated. The myth continues not in religious buildings or formal ceremonies, but within the questions that no one dares to articulate. And the Vatican, forever vigilant, understands that silence can often be the most profound response. St. Peter stands at the heart of the Vatican, his statue overseeing the immense piazza named in his honour. Worshippers assemble at his base, unaware that below the pavement and the sky a deeper enigma unfolds, one inscribed not in holy text, but in the stars. The architecture of St. Peter's Basilica is renowned for its splendour, its massive size, and its sacred geometric principles. Yet there exists another hidden layer within its architecture, one rarely discussed outside the privileged circles of Vatican builders and celestial observers. A unique configuration, a celestial chart. It points not only toward the heavens in a spiritual sense, but also toward the actual constellations directly overhead. In the early 1700s, a Jesuit scholar named Father Alessandro Borrome was assigned to examine the dome of the basilica. This was a component of an ongoing restoration initiative. But what he discovered in the original plans greatly troubled him. Certain foundational alignments corresponded precisely with the movements of stars, specifically those in the Orion constellation. Not symbolically, but with exact accuracy. The central line of the nave, when measured at specific annual dates, perfectly lined up with Sirius, the brightest star visible in the night sky. And directly beneath the dome, in the burial crypt believed to hold the remains of Saint Peter, a symbol was etched into the stone. It resembled not a Christian cross, but a stellar explosion. Father Borrome documented his findings in a confidential memo and submitted it to his superior. The only reply was silence. No acknowledgement, no attempt at correction. Only later, through confidential correspondence with a peer in Prague, did he learn of comparable alignments found within ancient Sumerian temples. Ziggurats were oriented toward the cosmos with an identical level of exactness. One Sumerian sanctuary dedicated to the deity Enki featured a main passageway that aimed directly at Orion's belt. During the spring equinox, this passage was illuminated. That entire complex was constructed thousands of years before the very idea of Rome existed. Yet here, in the most sacred structure of the Catholic Church, the identical architectural plan had somehow resurfaced. This correspondence raised alarming questions. Why would a Christian church replicate the construction of non-Christian temples? Was this merely an accident, or was it a deliberate communication hidden in plain sight? One Vatican historian quietly suggested that St. Peter himself, the supposed foundation of the Church, chose this exact spot not because of its inherent holiness, but because of its astronomical position beneath the stars. Perhaps the entire basis of the faith was established not solely on earth, but also in the celestial realm. A different revelation came to light in the late 1960s when a Vatican astronomer named Brother Matteo Leone started mapping the chronological structural changes to St. Peter's Basilica. He noticed that a minor relocation of the obelisk in the centre of the plaza had caused its shadow to align with a star pattern known in ancient Mesopotamia as the Path of the Gods. His investigation was never authorized for publication. He vanished the following year while on assignment in Turkey. The Church has consistently refused to confirm any of these claims. Yet the geometric patterns endure, inscribed in permanent stone and projected in shadow. As the faithful lift their eyes towards St. Peter, the stars above him continue their celestial march. Silent, archaic, and without full explanation, it stands in the precise centre of St. Peter's Square, tall and motionless. The Vatican obelisk. Most tourists pass beneath its shadow without a second thought. They view it as purely decorative, a relic brought from Egypt, placed there to symbolize the Church's triumph over the pagan world. But deep beneath that massive pillar, buried far below the surrounding ground, lies a truth the Vatican has never openly discussed. A burial site, a subterranean chamber, a mystery that predates the church itself. The obelisk was transported to Rome long before the Vatican complex was conceived. It originated in Heliopolis, the city of the sun, during the reign of the Roman emperors, but it did not arrive unaccompanied. According to a vintage diary maintained by a Jesuit chronicler in the mid-19th century, the base of the obelisk rested upon a massive underground stone, carved not in the characteristic Roman style, but in a technique far more ancient. The etchings, he observed, were worn smooth by the passage of time, yet still discernible under optimal lighting. They depicted stellar symbols, a prominent spiral, and a human-like figure, in a posture of reverence. In 1948, during a confidential upgrade of the piazza's drainage system, a small crew of workers inadvertently breached an older subsurface layer of brickwork. They found a concealed staircase descending directly beneath the obelisk. There were no official blueprints for it, no documentation. At the base, they found a round enclosure lined with stones that did not match typical Roman masonry techniques. At the centre lay a flat slab of basalt rock, jet black and streaked with veins of white crystal. No cross, no Christian iconography, only a solitary symbol engraved into its upper face. 3 distinct wedge-shaped lines pointing toward the sky. An academic from the Pontifical Academy was quickly summoned. He positively identified the markings as Sumerian, specifically a variation of the sign representing Anu, the sky god. The identical name that had been found on clay tablets excavated from the sands of Ur. Within a few hours, the subterranean chamber was fully sealed. The labourers were compensated and ordered to permanent silence, and the hidden stairway was entombed again under newly poured stone. What truly frightened the Vatican was not merely the antiquity of the chamber, but its exact location directly beneath the obelisk, and perfectly aligned with the central point of St. Peter's Square. If the Sumerian emblem of Anu was positioned there first, then the church had inadvertently, or perhaps purposefully, constructed its spiritual core upon a location already dedicated to another supreme deity. Some speculate that the chamber is still intact, its entrance obscured beneath the paving stones that millions tread upon annually. A few assert that the Vatican maintains continuous surveillance over it, not because they dread its contents, but because they fear its profound theological implication. To erect an obelisk above a tomb was a common practice in ancient belief systems. In both Egypt and Sumer, it represented a symbolic link between the celestial realm and the underworld, a gateway where gods were believed to arrive and depart. And now, at the very spiritual centre of Catholicism, that same potent symbol remains, towering into the atmosphere, casting its shadow across a secret the Church desperately wishes to keep concealed in the dark. He was a reserved individual, better known for his quiet dedication than his public preaching. Father Benedetto Valli, a Jesuit priest proficient in 6 dead languages, was never intended for public recognition. He spent the majority of his career hidden away in the lesser-used wings of the Vatican Library, where the oldest and most fragile manuscripts awaited a translator who could still make sense of them. It was there in the cold winter of 1926 that he was given a clay tablet, an artifact that would fundamentally alter his perspective. Tablet had no official record of its acquisition. It arrived inside an unmarked box concealed within a larger gift of ancient coinage donated by a private collector living in Milan. No one claimed responsibility for sending it. No one confirmed its delivery. It simply materialized. The object itself was simple yet weighty. Black stone, chipped along the edges, its surface covered in sharp, familiar markings, Sumerian cuneiform. Father Valli's skill with translation was peerless. Within a few days he had deciphered the initial few lines. What he read caused him great concern. The tablet did not concern itself with agriculture, laws, or poetry, as most texts from that era did. It spoke of an explicit warning, a memory predating the Great Flood, a voice said to originate from the heavens and bearing the name Enlil. The voice offered knowledge, then promptly retracted it. The human population below, it stated, was not prepared to handle the gifts the gods had once bestowed. The further Valley read, the more disorganized his notes became. He scrawled observations in the margins, making bizarre connections between Mesopotamian deities and figures from Christian theology. One marginal annotation, written hastily in Latin, simply declared, "They are not evil spirits. They are something fundamentally different." Another page drew a direct link between the Anunnaki and the Watchers, entities referenced in specific early Jewish texts that the Church had intentionally excluded from the canonical scripture. In March of 1927, Father Valley formally requested a private meeting with the head of the Vatican Library. He never showed up that evening. He mysteriously disappeared from his living quarters. His personal possessions were catalogued and removed within one day. His name was quietly removed from the official staff register. No announcement of his death was ever printed. His research, his translations, and his private notes were never seen again, with the exception of one item. A single small notebook reappeared decades later, discovered hidden behind a loose stone in a dimly lit, seldom-used corridor beneath the Apostolic Palace. Inside, written in a shaky hand, was a final observation. The gods did not vanish. They simply withdrew. To this very day, the Vatican has never formally acknowledged the disappearance of Father Valley. Officially, he retired from service. Unofficially, those who were acquainted with him believe he uncovered a truth the Church could not permit to become public knowledge, something far older than the entire papacy, more disconcerting than a simple heresy, a narrative inscribed in enduring stone in a language nearly lost to history, one that dared to imply that divine beings had once literally lived among humans. And one solitary priest, armed only with his patience and a writing instrument, had simply read too deeply. There is a painting within the Vatican collections that depicts angels descending through glowing gold-tinged clouds. Their robes are flowing, their arms extended in welcome. They are portrayed as exquisite, serene, and absolutely silent. For the vast majority, this is the definitive representation of divine intermediaries, radiant beings who execute the will of the Almighty. But in a completely different part of the globe, carved into fragments of ancient clay thousands of years before the time of Christ, are figures that bear an unsettling resemblance. The Sumerian civilization referred to them as the Anunnaki. For countless generations, the Church maintained a strict separation between these two images. Angels belong to the divine realm. The Anunnaki belong strictly to folklore. But behind the walls of their private chambers, some Vatican historians began to ask a risky question. What if they were, in fact, the exact same beings? Or worse yet, what if one had been fundamentally mistaken for the other? The Anunnaki, in the context of Sumerian belief, were not deities in the modern theological sense. They were beings possessing tremendous power, profound knowledge, and great authority. They arrived from the sky. They established codes of law. They personally selected the rulers. Some were benevolent, others were notoriously cruel. Their arrival was abrupt, their eventual departure unexplained. And the most unsettling detail of all, they were widely rumoured to have reproduced with human beings. This concept, archaic and strange, appears once more in ancient Hebrew texts that the Church later decided to exclude from its official scripture. One such text, the apocryphal Book of Enoch, describes watchers who were angels that deliberately descended, took human women as wives, and shared forbidden knowledge. That manuscript was deliberately concealed, effectively lost for centuries. But when it was rediscovered and came into the possession of a European explorer in the 1700s, Vatican theologians studied it in absolute secrecy. Some were astonished to discover how accurately its descriptions match the known attributes of the Anunnaki. A confidential memorandum composed by a Vatican clerk in 1823 asked a quiet question. If the Watchers were real and the Anunnaki are their mere historical echo, what then does that make the Christian angels? The answer was never formally recorded. Later, in the middle of the 20th century, a professor at the Pontifical Biblical Institute initiated a confidential comparative study of the physical characteristics of angels described in the Old Testament. He compared them against Sumerian artistic carvings. He found undeniable similarities in their stance, their posture, and their attire. Both groups were frequently depicted with wings, not avian wings, but as symbols of swift, divine locomotion. Both groups arrived from the heavens, walked among mankind, and on occasion chose to rebel. His final report was never authorized for publication. Those who were aware of it claimed he received a formal warning, not because his findings were incorrect, but because he came too close to uncovering something the Vatican had painstakingly worked to suppress for ages. A direct connection between ancient pagan deities and sacred messengers, a connection that, if publicly acknowledged, might erase centuries of meticulous theological separation between the fundamental faith of the Church and the profound myths of the ancient human world. To this very day, when the word angel is spoken from the sacred pulpit, no explicit mention is ever made of the Anunnaki. But in certain restricted corners of the archives, where texts deemed forbidden still sit carefully locked away, the central question persists. Were the angels divine envoys from God? Or were they something much older, misunderstood, and ultimately recast in a new, brilliant light so that their symbolic wings could successfully obscure their true identity? The full truth, it appears, exists somewhere between the silent cosmos and the silence of the Church, in the vast and extensively hidden archives situated beneath the central Vatican complex, where the distinct smell of aged parchment and beeswax permeates the very air. There is a book that no ordained priest is permitted to read aloud. It is a small volume, covered in plain, dark leather, with no identifying title on the spine. To an untrained eye, it appears identical to any standard prayer manual. But contained within, inscribed in fluid, ancient Latin script, is a complete religious service that the Church has systematically expunged from its institutional memory. A forgotten prayer that dares to utter a specific name not found anywhere in Christian canonical scripture. Anu. The history of this particular liturgy begins in the early years of the 16th century. At that historical moment, the Church was aggressively expanding its global reach, sending its missionaries to distant continents and meticulously collecting historical documents from every known corner of the civilized world. Some of these documents, covertly transported from the desolate ruins of Mesopotamia, included scattered fragments of rituals thought to be used to summon the powerful ancient Sumerian deities. Most of these were instantly dismissed as mere pagan chants. But one specific fragment was significantly different. It was written in flawless Latin, and it artfully blended standard Christian phrasing with concepts that were undeniably far older. The Vatican formally commissioned a specialized group of language experts and religious scholars to conduct a comprehensive study of it. Their objective was to ascertain if it represented a grave heresy or merely a historical artifact. What they ultimately discovered caused them extreme unease. The liturgy contained explicit references to divine radiance, sacred structure, and celestial sovereigns. But conspicuously, it contained no mention of Christ or the apostles. Instead, it offered veneration to a being described as the original illumination from beyond the celestial boundary, a paramount sky ruler, a supreme lawgiver. His name appeared exactly 3 times, written in shining gold ink, Anu. To the scholars intimately familiar with Sumerian literature, this was beyond dispute. Anu was the primary god of the archaic Sumerian divine order, the absolute ruler of the heavens and the progenitor of both Enki and Enlil. But why would his name be featured in a Latin liturgy? The final conclusion was never made public. The scholars were promptly ordered to discontinue their entire investigation. The document was transferred to a securely locked cabinet deep within the secret archives. Only a select group of high-ranking cardinals were informed of its existence, and one of them, according to a handwritten note discovered many years afterward, issued a severe caution that the Church must never permit the language of the older gods to merge with the language of Christ. Yet the liturgy was not permanently destroyed, nor, for reasons still unknown, was it discarded. It was preserved, perhaps out of extreme precaution, or possibly out of a primal fear. In the side margins of its pages, faint, intricate symbols are visible, minute star charts with lines drawn connecting constellations to the earth below. At the very centre of one page, there is a curious prediction. The voice of the first ruler shall return in the final language. To this day, the forbidden liturgy is never verbally recited. Vatican academics officially deny that it ever existed, but persistent rumours suggest that on specific nights, when the wind generates eerie sounds through the hidden stone corridors beneath St. Peter's Basilica, a faint rhythmic chanting can be perceived emanating from securely locked chambers, not in Latin, not in Greek, but in the original tongue, the language that was used to call down the gods before the human world utterly forgot their ancient names. There was a specific era in the 20th century when the Vatican suddenly ceased its intense focus on the heavens and started to develop a fear of something else entirely, the relentless march of time itself. The story involves a unique device that very few outside the inner circles of the Church have ever even seen, and fewer still genuinely believe to be real. It was given the name the chronovisor, and according to those who spoke of its existence in low, cautious tones, it possessed the capacity to view into the past, not through divine foresight, but by something far more unsettling. A technological instrument, a machine secretly constructed by a select team of academics and priests that could visibly display historical events from the past. Actual moving images extracted from the fundamental structure of history itself. The individual most frequently associated with the chronovisor was Father Pellegrino Ernetti, a Benedictine friar and accomplished physicist who collaborated closely with the Vatican during the early 1950s. According to research notes found after his death, the complex device utilized precise acoustic waves and electromagnetic energy to faithfully recreate past historical moments, functioning almost like tuning into a persistent memory permanently etched onto the boundaries of reality. Initially, the experiments were relatively harmless. They claimed to successfully observe political speeches delivered by Roman emperors, the actual crucifixion of Christ, and even the architectural origins of ancient churches. But something fundamentally changed when the machine was calibrated to a time period preceding biblical accounts, before the Garden of Eden, before the Great Flood. One evening, after numerous weeks of silent, continuous work, Father Ernetti urgently requested a private audience with a cardinal who was a confidant of the Pope. He appeared visibly unwell. His speaking voice was hushed, his gaze unfocused. The content of his message has never been conclusively verified, but a single page from his private diary later became visible in a highly restricted archive. On it, written with a shaky hand, were the desperate words, "They were not just legends. We saw them with our own eyes." Some sources claim the machine displayed a complex ritual. Stone steps, torches casting erratic light, robed individuals bowing not to the symbolic cross, but to something far more ancient. The night sky was completely black, the constellations were entirely unrecognizable. The language being spoken, though archaic, was instantly identified by one of the attending Jesuits, Sumerian, and in that pivotal moment, the entire narrative shifted. The supreme deities of the old world were suddenly no longer merely abstract stories. They were confirmed as real, they were visually witnessed, they were audibly heard, and they were recorded. The following morning, the complex machine was systematically disassembled, its numerous components placed into separate, heavily secured vaults across the Vatican territory and beyond. Father Ernetti was swiftly reassigned to a remote monastery and formally prohibited from ever discussing his research again. The official justification provided was a risk of theological confusion, but those closest to him suggested it was motivated by fear. Fear that the distant past contained undeniable truths the Church had actively struggled for centuries to suppress. Fear that time itself, if viewed too accurately, would not solidify the foundations of faith, but would irrevocably unravel them. Because if the chronovisor had genuinely displayed a pre-Christian ceremony, if it had successfully captured tangible living images of Anunnaki worship, then the Church had established its entire foundation not upon a true beginning, but upon a story that was already well underway. The Vatican fears numerous things, but nothing more acutely than what the deep past still vividly remembers, and what the relentless passage of time, if fundamentally unlocked, might refuse to let the world forget. The young boy was only 12 years old when the disturbing manifestations first began. His immediate family resided near the outskirts of Aleppo, in a humble Christian settlement surrounded by rolling, quiet hills and layers of ancient stone. He had never once travelled outside the region. He had received no formal instruction in any foreign languages. But one night, his own mother was awakened by the distinct sound of his young voice chanting in a foreign tongue no one immediately recognised. His eyes remained shut, his body rigid and still. The sounds he produced were not the noises of a mere dream. It was clearly a formal ritualistic recitation. Initially, the local parish priest concluded it was a case of demonic possession. He had encountered such cases previously, but never one quite like this. The boy did not curse or emit terrifying screams. He spoke with a serene, rhythmic cadence, as if he were faithfully reciting something far older than his young self. The Central Church authorities were alerted, and after several weeks of continuous silence, an urgent message was sent to Rome. The Vatican responded with unusual and immediate speed. A special investigation team was immediately dispatched from the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith. Among the members was a Jesuit linguist, Father Thomas Neri, who had devoted most of his professional life to the study of ancient texts hidden deep within the Vatican's restricted archives. When he finally arrived, the boy was already in a near catatonic condition, his voice now reduced to faint, constant whispers. Father Thomas took a seat next to him, opened his notepad, and simply listened intently. What he managed to hear changed his perspective entirely. The boy was speaking Aramaic, an archaic dialect not actively used in that specific region for nearly 2,000 years. But that fact was not the most unsettling discovery. Interspersed within the Aramaic were distinct words and specific phrases that did not correspond to any officially known biblical source. When Father Thomas meticulously cross-referenced the unusual vocabulary, he was genuinely stunned. Some of the identified terms were clearly Sumerian. He wrote in his personal journal, "The boy is not simply possessed, he is actively remembering, but it is not his own life he recalls." Over the subsequent 3 nights, the boy began spontaneously drawing peculiar symbols in the scattered ash and dust on the floor. The distinct shapes resembled the wedge-like patterns of cuneiform writing. When formally shown actual clay tablets from the ancient city of Ur, he pointed repeatedly to one specific name, over and over again: Enki. The local bishop immediately demanded that the investigative sessions cease at once. He denounced the foreign language as vile blasphemy and the strange drawings as undeniable heresy. But Father Thomas firmly refused to depart. In absolute secrecy, he meticulously recorded every single utterance, sending the resulting audio tapes back to the Vatican via highly trusted couriers. Then, just as abruptly as the strange episode had initially begun, the boy fell completely silent. He made a full physical recovery weeks later, retaining absolutely no conscious memory of the preceding events. He could no longer speak the ancient, archaic tongue. He remembered only fragments of terrifying dreams, visions of water rapidly surging, of fire forcefully raining down from the sky, of an immense city constructed from pure gold where shining-eyed beings walked between colossal towers. The audio tapes mysteriously never surfaced again. Father Thomas was promptly reassigned to a new post. The obstructing bishop received an unexpected promotion, and the boy's bizarre story became one of those hushed tales only ever repeated in guarded whispers. But somewhere deep beneath the central Vatican complex, a single succinct phrase was discreetly added to an internal investigation report, case confirmed. One instance of vocalized memory of a specific language predating the time of Christ. The Church officially labeled the phenomenon unexplained. Others definitively called it compelling evidence. And in a remote small village in Syria, a grieving mother still vividly recalls the sound of her son speaking in the absolute darkness. Not sounding like a child at all, but like someone who had actually witnessed the old gods and had completely failed to forget the encounter. In the spring of 1923, a specialised team of British archaeologists working diligently near the desolate southern border of Iraq unearthed a strange artefact they could not adequately explain. The exact location of the dig was the ruined complex of a large temple, buried for countless centuries beneath constantly shifting wind-blown sand, situated just outside the legendary ancient city of Eridu, recognised as one of the oldest known urban centres in the entire world, and a place long believed to be the sacred domain of the Sumerian deity Enki. The critical discovery occurred just after the sun had set. A young research assistant struck something exceptionally hard, buried beneath a dense layer of fragile stone. It was not simple pottery. It was certainly not bone. What he carefully unearthed was a rectangular flat tablet, unlike any artifact they had encountered before. It was not fashioned from common clay, like the majority of Sumerian administrative records, but instead from a dense, completely black crystalline mineral that seemed to faintly sparkle under the dimming sunlight. Along its outer edges were solidified deposits of caked salt, suggesting it had either been fully submerged in water at some point or perhaps deliberately preserved within it. The head archaeologist, a meticulous man named Dr. Henry Ellis, carefully inspected the strange surface markings. They were cuneiform, but unusually deep, sharper, and seemingly permanently etched, almost as if chemically burned into the polished surface. The writing was perfectly executed, entirely untouched by the normal erosion of time. Dr. Ellis later wrote in his private, highly confidential field notebook, "This tablet gives the distinct impression of being alive, not simply ancient, but somehow eternal." There were precisely 3 tablets in total, found carefully nestled together inside a sturdy stone container sealed tightly with mineral pitch and lined inside with finely crushed mineral ash. They quickly became known among the tight-knit excavation team as the Tablets of Fire and Salt. What transpired next, however, has never been officially documented in any museum record or academic research journal. Exactly 2 days after the tablets were uncovered, a formal delegation arrived unannounced from the Vatican. They were not dressed in priestly vestments, they carried no explicit religious symbols, but they communicated exclusively in Latin. And they presented a binding official request to immediately take custody of the tablets, under the stated justification of urgent preservation and official theological review. Dr. Ellis flatly refused their request. But that very night, the entire camp was infiltrated, not with extreme violence, but with expert precision. The securely packed wooden crates containing the 3 tablets were promptly removed. All of the original field notes were destroyed, and the local labourers were paid a large sum and sent home. By the next morning, all that remained was an empty, newly dug pit and a handful of thoroughly confused research assistants. Years later, a crucial letter surfaced during a private estate auction held in Rome. It had been personally written by Dr. Ellis and mailed to a trusted colleague just before his own mysterious disappearance. In the letter, he described one final chilling detail, something he had managed to read on the largest of the 3 tablets, just moments before it was seized. The inscription, written in unmistakable Sumerian, translated to, "We provided them with fire, and they set the sky ablaze. We provided them with salt, and they completely poisoned the sea. We shall not return to this world until they fully forget our ancient names." According to persistent Vatican rumours, the tablets were immediately hidden deep within the apostolic archive, secreted away in an uncatalogued section devoid of labels or numbering. The entire storage area is completely sealed, and only a very small select number of high-ranking men are said to know its precise location. Some whispers claim the tablets are still strangely warm to the touch. Others firmly believe they were never intended for human contact whatsoever. And perhaps, by actively taking them, the Church crossed a dangerous boundary, not between objective science and absolute faith, but between man and a powerful entity far older than recorded history, something that once generously provided fire and continues to remember the act. It occurred on a chilly December dawn in the year 1938. Smoke billowed over the Vatican's rooftops, dense and grey, carried by a faint breeze. Few people noticed this initially. Fires were common in the wintertime, when old documents and discarded clerical garments were sometimes incinerated. However, this blaze was out of the ordinary. It was burning in the north wing of the Apostolic Archive, a section seldom mentioned and almost never entered. The guards on duty that day were informed it was a standard destruction of deteriorated manuscripts. No inquiries, no records were to be made. Only ash and silence remained. But past the locked doors, under high-vaulted stone ceilings, the Jesuits were setting fire to something far more unsettling than crumbling parchment. They were destroying knowledge, and not just any knowledge. These were records connecting the earliest traditions of the Church to an origin much older, something the world was not meant to recall. Among those present was Father Raphael Costa, a young Jesuit historian. He was not yet fully trusted, still an apprentice, still searching for truth. Yet what he witnessed that day remained with him forever. In his final confession, delivered years afterward to a fellow priest in Portugal, he described rows of wooden carts being rolled into the room. Each cart held scrolls, tablets, and books, many bound in cloth or sealed with wax. One particular book was so heavy it required 3 men to lift it. Father Costa recalled a mark stamped in gold on the leather. 3 stars contained within a circle surrounded by characters he could not decipher. He had only a moment to glimpse the contents of a scroll before it was consumed by the flames. What he saw caused his hands to shake. It was a Sumerian drawing, one he later recognized from an excavation site in southern Iraq, illustrating the design of a temple where it was said gods communicated with fire. Why would the Vatican possess such an item? And more importantly, why obliterate it? The official explanation, released later that week, claimed the fire had started accidentally in a forgotten storage area. They insisted no significant items were lost, but the damage had been done. More than 200 manuscripts vanished that day. No copies, no digital images, only smoke and dust. Years later, in a note secretly sent to a Jesuit seminary in Prague, Father Costa wrote a last sentence. "We did not burn myth. We burned memory." There are rumours that the fire was not an error, that it was authorised by the Black Pope himself, the Superior General of the Jesuits, following a confidential meeting with a visiting archaeologist who had offered a disturbing hypothesis, that certain Sumerian gods might have persisted not only in folklore, but in liturgy, veiled under new identities. What the Jesuits destroyed was more than just paper. It was a connection between the stars of the East and the keys of St. Peter, a link that could have dismantled everything the Church was founded upon, and now only the smoke remembers. In the quiet rear passages of the Vatican, nestled beneath the frescoed ceilings and candle-lit hallways, there is a room few are permitted to enter. It is not large, but its contents are beyond price. Not in terms of gold or jewels, but in ink. This is the map room. Here, the atmosphere carries the scent of aged leather and pressed parchment. Here, time is depicted by hand, and history waits in silence. For centuries, the Vatican has employed its own cartographers, scholars who studied not only geography, but also theology, astronomy, and ancient languages. Their duty was simple in goal, but impossible in scope: to map the world as perceived through the perspective of faith. One of the most esteemed among them was a man named Giovanni Battista Ricci. In the early 1600s, he was tasked with producing a set of master maps for the Vatican Library. But Ricci did something unexpected. He began incorporating locations that no longer existed, or perhaps had never existed at all. On one map, in the territory between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, he depicted a city with no known coordinates. The name, inscribed in fine ink, read Aru Galzu. The Vatican archivists challenged him, asserting the city had no historical source. Ricci calmly presented them with a document, an untranslated Sumerian fragment describing a temple city dedicated to the star gods of the deep firmament. The archivists offered no further objection. That map was quietly filed away and never displayed to the public. Over the succeeding 2 centuries, more maps appeared. Cities emerged in the desert near modern-day Kuwait, marked with peculiar symbols instead of names. One featured the emblem of a winged disc, another the image of a gateway framed by stars. These cities did not show up on Roman maps, nor in any official documents. Yet the Vatican's cartographers continued to draw them as if they held information the rest of the world lacked. In the early 1900s, an explorer named Charles Vance visited the Vatican after a failed expedition in Mesopotamia. He claimed to have found traces of stone beneath the shifting sands, too ancient for Roman or Babylonian artistry. When he described the design to a Jesuit scholar, he was taken into the map room. What he saw there astonished him. On the far wall was a faded map, yellow with age, showing the exact location he had tried to find centuries before his birth. That map is no longer visible. It was taken down during restoration work in the year 1931. But a photograph survives, concealed in a locked compartment labelled Non-Canonical Geography. Why would the Vatican document cities no one else acknowledged? And why keep them hidden? Some speculate these maps indicate the path of the Anunnaki, their cities, their sanctuaries, their final known whereabouts. Others propose the cartographers perceived more than just land, that they were charting lines of force, forgotten junctions between the celestial and the terrestrial. Whatever the truth, one fact remains. The world the Vatican mapped is not the same world we are taught to perceive. It is older, quieter, awaiting beneath the dust and beneath the silence. Inside the Vatican Library, beyond the shelves of ancient scripture and dusty scrolls, there is a narrow chamber known only to a select few. It contains no paintings, no statues, only words from every language the Church has ever examined: Latin, Greek, Hebrew, Aramaic, and one more, Sumerian. Most visitors never see it. Even priests walk past it without noticing. But deep within that room, a disagreement has echoed for ages, a quiet, cautious argument discussed behind closed doors. What was the original language? The one used not by humans, but by the heavens themselves. The Church has long maintained that the initial speech of mankind was a sacred language, pure and divinely given. Some believed it was Hebrew, others Aramaic. But in the 17th century, a small group of Jesuit linguists began to suggest something far more unsettling. They believed the true first language, the language spoken before Babel, was Sumerian. Initially, this notion was dismissed. How could a pagan tongue inscribed on clay long before the time of Abraham hold divine truth? But the Jesuits persevered. They highlighted certain foundational words found across various civilizations, all containing echoes of a shared source, names of stars, names of gods. Even the term for breath, spirit, and sky, all strangely similar, all traceable to Sumer. One priest, Father Lucien Morelli, went further. He believed that language itself was not invented by man, but bestowed by beings from the sky, messengers, watchers, gods. He used many names for them, but always returned to one, Anunnaki. Father Morelli's private diary, discovered decades later, concealed beneath the floorboards of a Jesuit seminary, revealed his greatest fear. He believed that the Church had unwittingly incorporated fragments of this ancient language into its rituals. Not the common prayers, but in the hymns chanted in the oldest rites passed down from Rome, whispered in monasteries. He identified one phrase repeated in a Gregorian chant, Ilumilu, Anu. It was translated as Praise be to the Lord Most High. But in Sumerian it held a very different meaning. The sky god Anu is above all. When Father Morelli presented his findings to the Vatican's Linguistic Council, he was met with silence. Days later, he was reassigned to a remote mission in the Arctic. He died within the year. His work was concealed. But the debate did not cease in quiet corners of the archives. The question remained, what if Sumerian was not merely a human language, but a connection between heaven and earth? What if it was the voice the gods used to communicate with man before temples, before prophets, before the Church? And if that is accurate, then every word spoken by the Church may carry a hidden history older than its own origins. A murmur, not from God, but from something else, something still listening. The year was 1893. The Vatican had grown still under the authority of Pope Leo III, a man known not for grand pronouncements, but for quietness, for hearing more than speaking. He was elderly then, approaching the final phase of a lengthy papacy. Yet something that winter transformed him, not gradually, but suddenly. A private meeting had been arranged. It was not noted on any public record. Only a few trusted cardinals were aware of it. A scholar from the Vatican Observatory had returned from a conference in Paris, bringing with him a collection of papers. Star charts. Ancient ones, but not Roman and not Greek. They were copied from Sumerian engravings etched into stone long before the Bible had been composed. The scholar believed the arrangements corresponded to parts of the sky over the Holy Land. But more disturbing was a separate page included with his material. It bore a name. Not the name of a star, not a saint, a god, Anu. Pope Leo examined the documents without speaking. He dismissed those present. He took the chart and the single page into his private chambers. He remained there for nearly 3 days. His food was left untouched. The lights stayed dim, and when he eventually emerged, he said only this to the cardinal waiting at the door: "We are not alone in the beginning." The cardinal, thinking he had misunderstood, requested an explanation. Pope Leo simply raised his hand and walked away. He never spoke of it again. In the weeks that followed, those closest to him observed a change. He became reserved. He stopped writing his sermons. He ended his daily walks through the gardens of St. Peter's. His personal diaries, once filled with observations, thoughts and prayers, went blank. One entry, dated only with the words "Third Sunday of Lent," reads, "They were here before, and they will be here again." When Pope Leo died in 1903, 10 years after that winter, his private archive was sealed, not by the instruction of the new pope, but by the Jesuits. The reason was never publicly announced, but the scholar who brought the documents from Paris vanished from church records that same year. Some believe he returned to France. Others think he stayed in Rome, working from a different section of the archives, one set aside for topics that could not be explained, only observed. A century later, a Vatican archivist found a small envelope tucked behind a secret panel in the papal desk once used by Leo XIII. It contained a folded page, yellowed with time. On it, only 7 words were written in careful Latin: "He was not the first to kneel." To this day, no official statement has ever been provided, but those words, silent, forgotten, hidden behind wood and dust, resonate like the voice of a man who looked too far into the past and came away tormented by what had knelt in the silence before him. His name was Father Miguel Serrano, a Jesuit missionary from Spain. He had gentle eyes and a soft voice, the kind that soothed even the most troubled soul. In the spring of 1957, he was sent by the Vatican to southern Iraq to serve among the Chaldean Catholics dispersed near the ruins of ancient Ur. His assignment was simple: to administer sacraments, to baptize, and to document the spoken traditions of the faithful. But what he discovered there redirected the course of his life and may have profoundly affected the Vatican itself. The people he served were humble farmers and shepherds, yet their narratives contained something older than Rome, older even than Jerusalem. They spoke of radiant beings who once walked beside the rivers, of a woman clothed in starlight, of a gateway constructed not by human hands, but by those who came from the sky. At first, Father Serrano dismissed it as local superstition, but then came the stone. It was given to him by a boy no older than 8. Smooth and oval, the stone fit perfectly in his palm. On its surface was an etching, a figure with large eyes and wings that curled like fire. Beneath it, a name had been carved in delicate strokes: Inanna. The boy's grandfather, a blind man in his 90s, asserted the stone had been passed down through his own ancestors. He told the priest she was the goddess who walked among us before the flood, before the others came. That night, Father Serrano sat by lamplight and reviewed his Bible. Then a small Sumerian dictionary he had kept since seminary. He recognized the name Inanna, goddess of both affection and conflict, venerated in Uruk, sister to Ereshkigal, granddaughter of Anu. What troubled him most was the resemblance between the villagers' stories and the Latin hymns he sang at Mass. Certain phrases echoed the same language: a description of a woman crowned with stars, a reference to descent into the underworld, a pledge of return. They were too similar, too recognizable. He wrote to the Vatican, including drawings and translations. Weeks passed, then months. Finally, he received a reply. Not from his superior, but from a Jesuit scholar in Rome. The letter was brief. It simply instructed: preserve nothing, send the artifact, burn the notes. Father Serrano did not comply. Instead, he buried the stone beneath a fig tree behind the chapel. He left the mission soon after and returned to Europe, where he quietly resigned from the order. In his final years, he authored a manuscript entitled Before Genesis, which was never published and has since vanished. But some pages survived. One reads, "She was never gone, only renamed. The Virgin wears her veil, but the stars above her are older than the Church." The Vatican has never confirmed or denied his account, and the stone beneath the fig tree has never been found. But in the villages near Ur, when the night is silent and the wind is warm, old men still recount the story of the foreign priest who believed in a goddess the Church tried to forget. In the centre of ancient Sumer, near the slow-moving waters of the Euphrates, there once stood a temple known only as Abzu, the House of the Deep Waters. It was dedicated to Enki, the god of wisdom, magic, and fresh water. The local population believed it was not simply a place of worship, but a living portal, a sacred boundary between the world of men and the territory of the gods. Water did not merely flow through. It flowed from a deeper source. Thousands of years later, in the year 1974, a team of Vatican scholars quietly visited the ruins of Eridu, where the temple once stood. Officially, they were there to observe archaeological digs and provide advice on conservation. Unofficially, they were searching for something misplaced or concealed. Among them was a priest named Father Dario Conti, a Jesuit educated in both theology and hydrology. His focus was not the temple walls, it was what lay beneath them. The local inhabitants had cautioned the team about a peculiar pool at the core of the ruins. Even during dry spells, it never went dry. Even during floods, it never overflowed. It softly bubbled day and night as if stirred by an invisible force. When Father Conti approached it, he found the water perfectly clear. But it was not just water. Floating within it were small, flat, disc-shaped stones etched with symbols. Sumerian, each one bore a different name. Some were gods, others stars. Father Conti secretly collected a sample. He did not inform the others. That night he documented a dream. In it he stood before the Vatican's baptismal font. But the water was dark, moving slowly, and something was rising from beneath it. When he woke, his skin was damp, although the room was dry. The disc he carried was later identified by a Vatican archivist. The name carved into it was Namu, mother of Enki, goddess of the primordial sea. It was secured, sealed, and quietly removed from the official records. Years later, Father Conti put forth a theory that was never published. He believed the Church's ritual of baptism, while sacred, was not entirely Christian in origin. He suggested that the act of passing through water to be renewed was much older than the New Testament, that it had been practiced in Eridu under the name of Enki, who was said to purify the transgressions of kings with living water. This notion concerned his superiors. He was instructed to abandon the research, but before he complied, he left a note among his papers. If baptism is rebirth, who was the first to pour the water? No answer was ever provided. And to this day, the spring beneath the ruins of Eridu still flows gently, mysteriously, as if guarding a portal that once opened between the heavens and the deep. A gate the Vatican touched and then retreated from, afraid of what might pass through. Deep within the Vatican, in a windowless chamber lined with cold stone, there is rumoured to be a single map. It is not kept with the others. It is not made of parchment. It is carved into black slate, and its inscriptions do not depict the earth above, but something else, something below, a location whispered about in ancient writings, feared by rulers and deliberately avoided by theologians. The underworld. In the year 1932, a Jesuit scholar named Father Thomas Ilario was granted access to a restricted collection known only to a few individuals within the Church. He had been researching Babylonian and Sumerian concepts of death and was preparing a paper comparing them to early Christian ideas of hell. What he discovered instead was a slab tucked behind a secret panel in a shelf of stone fragments. It bore no Latin writing, no Christian cross, only a spiral leading downward, encircled by minute symbols, Sumerian cuneiform. Father Ilario carefully traced the symbols and made notes in the margins of his journal. He observed that every curve in the spiral represented a distinct station or level of existence after death. It was not a place of punishment. It was not paradise. It was a passage, something to be navigated or endured. Initially he thought it was only a myth, but then he found something more unsettling. A second document, stored nearby but unmarked, translated the spiral's layers into names not of demons or saints, but stars. Each level of the underworld was paired with a star in the night sky. In Sumerian belief, it seemed the souls of the departed were not buried. They were drawn upward through the sky, one threshold at a time. This sharply contradicted Christian doctrine. Yet Father Ilario felt compelled to understand. What if the underworld was not beneath us, but above. What if it was a route, not a prison? He submitted his findings to a senior cardinal, including his sketches of the slate map. 2 weeks later, he was transferred to a convent in Sicily. The slate was never spoken of again. When a fellow scholar visited the Vatican map room to see the object, he was told no such artifact had ever existed. But the story did not end there. A letter was found in the estate of an Italian astronomer who had worked with the Vatican Observatory during the same period. It included a sketch almost identical to Father Ilario's spiral, except this version aligned the stations with constellations. At the centre of the spiral, where all paths merged, was not a star, but a name: Ereshkigal, Queen of the Sumerian underworld. The implication was troubling, that the Vatican had, at some point, possessed a map not of physical territory, but of a metaphysical journey linked to the most ancient beliefs of humanity, a journey they chose to conceal. Whether fact or fiction, the spiral remains etched in memory, a dark path traced by those who came before us, and perhaps by those who still wait to follow. The Room of Tears is not imposing. It is small, quiet, and filled with silence. It is located just behind the Sistine Chapel, tucked away where no camera may follow, no visitor may enter. It is where a newly chosen pope goes to be alone. Moments after white smoke rises, and the crowds outside St. Peter's Basilica cheer loudly. Inside, 3 sets of robes are ready, small, medium, and large. There is a mirror, a crucifix, and a single chair. Some popes weep when they enter, others kneel. It is said that the responsibility of the papacy weighs heaviest in that room. But on one occasion, the silence was broken not by weeping, but by a whisper. A word spoken neither in Latin nor in prayer. A word that caused the most influential man in the church to falter. It happened in the spring of 1978. The world had just witnessed the brief, tragic papacy of John Paul III. His swift death, barely a month into his term, had already sparked quiet questions. Now, a new man stood in his place. Karol Wojtyla of Poland, soon to be known as John Paul II. As custom required, he went into the Room of Tears alone. The door was shut. Minutes passed, then 5, then 10. When he finally emerged, his face was pale. The smile he offered to the public was slow, almost strained, and those nearest to him noticed something else. His hands were shaking. Later that evening, one of the Swiss guards stationed nearby asked a colleague if he had heard anything unusual. The second guard paused, then nodded. He claimed to have heard a single word spoken through the thick wooden door, not in Polish or Italian, but in an older language. The word was Anunnaki. The guards reported nothing. The Vatican issued no statement. But in the days that followed, Pope John Paul II ordered an examination of ancient records within the Apostolic Archive. He requested access to non-canonical documents that had not been opened in over 100 years. One of them contained a translation of a Babylonian hymn that spoke of gods who descend in light and govern through wisdom, among them Enlil, Inanna, and Enki. At the bottom of the page, a comment had been added by a Jesuit scholar from the year 1861. It read, "These are not angels, and they are not gone." The Pope never disclosed what occurred in that room, but he returned to it many times over the years, sometimes late at night, by himself. One janitor, an elderly man with keys to every part of the Vatican, once discovered him there, sitting in the same chair, gazing at the crucifix. When gently asked if he required anything, the Pope whispered, "Some doors open both ways." The janitor said nothing and walked away. He never entered the Room of Tears again. And to this day, the Vatican has never confirmed what was heard in that room, only that the new Pope walked in smiling and walked out changed. In the year 1964, a Vatican representative was sent secretly to southern Iraq under the guise of humanitarian aid. The official explanation was drought relief and food distribution, but concealed in the sealed directives of the lead cleric, Father Matteo Ricci, was a different objective: an exorcism, one that had already begun to trouble the hierarchy in Rome. The boy in question was 10 years old. His name was Sammy, and he lived in a village not far from the ancient ruins of Ur. According to his family, his condition had deteriorated rapidly over 3 nights. He spoke in voices that were not his own. He refused water, and when the local priest approached him with a crucifix, the boy laughed and recited a passage in a language no one recognized. That priest, terrified, sent word through the Chaldean church to the Vatican. The response was immediate but discreet. A team of 3 was assembled: a Jesuit linguist, a medical doctor, and Father Matteo, whose file identified him as experienced in pre-Christian disturbances. They arrived under cover of darkness. The child was restrained, not with rope, but with rings of salt and ancient prayers spoken in Aramaic. But as Father Matteo began the ritual, the boy's voice shifted again. Not shouting, not growling. Calm, too calm. He spoke clearly and slowly, and what he said was chilling. "You have come to the house of the old gods," the boy said. "The throne of Enlil is not empty. He sleeps beneath the dust." The Jesuit linguist, a man named Father Alano, took meticulous notes. As the exorcism continued, the boy began to chant. The cadence was unmistakable. Not Latin, not Arabic. The rhythm matched the funeral rites of ancient Sumer. Then came the revelation. Father Alano referenced one of the boy's phrases and discovered it corresponded to a line carved into the walls of the great ziggurat of Ur, a phrase long debated by historians. It translated roughly to, "The gate is not closed, only watched." After 2 more nights, the exorcism suddenly ended. The boy collapsed. He woke with no memory of the event, but the priests, deeply unsettled, chose to remain silent. They submitted no official report. Only Father Alano sent a sealed note to the Vatican archives. Inside it read, "This was not possession. It was memory, not the devil. Something older." Years later, the village where Sammy lived was abandoned. Not due to conflict, not due to hunger, but from whispers, strange dreams, shadows that moved without light, and a well that went dry overnight, leaving behind stones marked with unknown symbols. The Vatican has never publicly discussed the mission, but in a restricted section of the archives, the sealed record is said to exist, classified not under exorcism, but under recovered language, pre-Abrahamic. And those who have seen the file say it concludes with a single line, "Ur has spoken." And we were not the first to listen. In the vast stillness of the Vatican Observatory, nestled high above the city in the hills of Castel Gandolfo, there is a room most visitors never see. It is not large, but its ceiling curves like the inside of a dome, painted with constellations in fine gold lines. This is not a map of the heavens as we know them today, but as they appeared to the Sumerians 5,000 years ago. In the spring of 1949, a Jesuit astronomer named Father Luca Moretti was assigned to that room. He was soft-spoken, deliberate with his communication, and held a quiet passion for patterns. He believed, as many in the Vatican did, that studying the stars was a form of devotion, that light from the dawn of time still whispered the truth of God. But one evening, while comparing Sumerian star charts to the Book of Genesis, he found something peculiar. There, in the arrangement of 7 stars, was a pattern almost identical to the cuneiform symbol for destiny, a symbol used in ancient Sumer to track not only time, but prophecy. The stars formed a gateway flanked by 2 others, one known to us as Vega and the other Aldebaran. Together they marked a path across the sky, and in the centre was a star no longer visible to the naked eye. Father Moretti named it the Silent One. He spent weeks studying this pattern and began to compare it to events in the Bible. the birth of Christ, the Star of Bethlehem, the Exodus. To his surprise, the pattern held true, as if someone had established a template in the sky long before any scripture was written. He documented it all in a private journal titled The Gospel According to the Stars. But the deeper he investigated, the more disturbing it became. One passage in his notes reads, "The sky speaks not of salvation, but of return. Not of Christ alone, but of others who came before." He found verses in Isaiah and Job that echoed lines from Sumerian prayers. Both spoke of watchers in the heavens, of beings with eyes like burning lamps. These were not metaphors. He began to question if the ancients had seen something the church had concealed or feared. Soon after, Father Moretti was ordered to cease his work. His access to the observatory's deepest archives was taken away. He was told his research was a distraction. But the journal was never surrendered. Decades later, a page from that journal surfaced in a private estate sale in Milan. It displayed the same star pattern carved into stone, not from Sumer, but from beneath St. Peter's Basilica. How it arrived there, no one knows. But at the bottom of the page was a final note in faded ink. "The heavens do not tell us what will come. They tell us what has already returned." And in that quiet, gold-painted room, the ceiling stars still glimmer, waiting perhaps for someone else to interpret the story written in their light. The narrative of the Great Flood is one of the oldest tales ever shared in Sunday schools and churches. It begins with Noah, an ark, and rain that would not stop. But if you step back through time, past the books of Moses and into the ancient clay of Mesopotamia, you will find an earlier version, one with different names but a familiar disaster. And at the heart of that disaster was a god called Enlil. In the Sumerian tablets, Enlil is not a gentle protector. He is mighty, severe, and quick to act. It was he, not Satan or the serpent, who first decided that mankind had become too loud, too chaotic, too sinful. So he summoned the waters, not just from the sky, but from the deep places beneath the earth. He did not send a warning to everyone, only to one man, Ziusudra. Like Noah, he was instructed to construct a boat. And like Noah, he survived. This story was written more than 1,000 years before Genesis. In the early 1900s, a fragment of this flood story was discovered during an archaeological excavation near the ruins of Nippur. That clay tablet, now known as the Eridu Genesis, found its way not to a museum but quietly and without explanation to the Vatican Library. It arrived in a sealed container marked Comparative Theology. Initially, it caused no concern. The Church had long accepted that ancient myths sometimes resembled scripture, but one scholar, Father Emmanuel Rassi, found something others had overlooked. A single line carved near the end of the text, too faint for casual eyes to detect. He refined the parchment using lamplight, transcribing the content meticulously with dark ink. The inscription was terrifying. Those who are reintroduced will arrive with the tide, but this time the deluge will not descend from the heavens. Father Rassi presented his finding to his senior cleric. The decision was immediate. He was ordered to cease his efforts right away. The clay tablet was relocated. The duplicate was incinerated. However, he had managed to record one last observation. In his private journal's corner, beside a simple drawing of the world submerged underwater, he wrote that Enlil did not destroy the world, he merely reset it. Years passed, and in 1983, a confidential internal brief within the Vatican's Celestial Observation Department noted an unusual cosmic alignment. A shift involving the star Fomalhaut, which ancient writings had consistently linked to the guardian of the southern sky. This specific pattern was identical to a configuration described in the ancient flood narratives of both the Mesopotamians and the Israelites. The astronomers quickly dismissed the data as pure chance, but a theologian collaborating on the research added a personal note in the margin. If the heavens chronicle time, then perhaps the Great Flood was not just history, but a recurring event. Was Enlil a higher power, a cosmic force, or something entirely different? The explanation remains concealed within guarded vaults and forbidden documents. But the dread persists, not of the waters, not of wrongdoing, but of something returning. And this time, it might not offer a warning before it appears. Within the vast, silent passageways of the Vatican archives, there is a quietness more profound than simple stillness. It is the silence surrounding pages, never intended to be examined, of truths preserved in secret, not because they lacked authenticity, but because they were too old. The Church has consistently framed its narrative starting from the beginning, meaning not just the origin of Christ, but the creation of all things. In the biblical book of Genesis, a definitive boundary is established. The universe commenced with Adam, and from Adam everything else has proceeded. It is a structure of divine order, of sacred chronology. But what occurs when that division starts to fade? The deeper one probes into the forgotten cities of Mesopotamia, the more the past refuses to stay silent. There are deities mentioned with names that predate Abraham, languages that came before Hebrew, and foundational myths that bear a startling resemblance to Genesis, but featuring different entities, different intentions, and different conclusions. This is where the concern begins. Around the mid-19th century, a team of Jesuit academics began discreetly studying cuneiform tablets recovered from the ruins of Ur. These were not poetic narratives or allegories. They were pragmatic records, transaction ledgers, atmospheric reports, and accounts of entities who governed not from a celestial realm, but from the terrestrial plane itself. Beings credited with introducing literacy, building techniques, and celestial study before the first known organized societies emerged. One cleric, Father Adrian Moreau, noted in his writings that if these beings are not spiritual protectors, then they represent something far more dangerous. They're eyewitnesses. Eyewitnesses to a period before the Holy Book, before the establishment of the Church, before the supposed downfall of man. He was promptly silenced. The issue was not merely the existence of these ancient tales. The issue was their striking similarity, a catastrophic deluge, a single individual chosen to survive, a snake figure offering secret knowledge, a pivotal life-sustaining tree. The recurring motifs are too exact to be disregarded, and that makes them hazardous. If the true story extends further back than scriptural accounts, then institutional control becomes tenuous. The Church's dominion, once secured by divine history, begins to fracture. What if the Church is not the custodian of the entire story, but merely one segment in a much larger ongoing narrative? This inquiry troubled Pope Pius V. In a correspondence from 1930, later removed from all public access, he observed that there are foundational layers beneath our foundational history. If the faithful realized what lies beneath our accepted narrative, they would abandon the consecrated spaces and seek the primitive foundation. He never mentioned the subject again. Prehistory is not feared because it is blasphemous. It is feared because it is persistent. It refuses to disappear. It emerges in astronomical charts, in global flood legends, in languages long extinct but somehow still recognizable. It compels the Church to confront a query no institution built on absolute certainty wishes to consider. What if we were not the first civilization? And what if the predecessors are anticipating our recollection of them? In the opulent corridors of the Vatican, authority is derived not just from rituals and holy writ, but from the assertion of an uninterrupted mandate. The Church teaches that apostolic succession commenced with St. Peter, the bedrock on which Christ established his ministry. Every subsequent pope has occupied that role both literally and spiritually. But there is one historical question that Vatican scholars rarely address. What if an authority figure was present there before Peter? The Sumerians maintained that royal power was not developed by people, but was divinely conferred from the heavens. Their deities, the Anunnaki, were not objects of distant veneration. They were said to directly administer city-states, to interact with the population, and to introduce the foundational elements of civilization: writing, legal systems, astronomy, worship. One title appears frequently in these myths: Enlil, the deity of command and adjudication. His seat of power, the city of Nippur, was considered the core of the world. From there, divine legitimacy was evaluated not through piety, but through tangible presence. It was less about faith and more about cultural memory. Now contemplate this scenario. An organization that has always claimed to be the exclusive repository of divine truth quietly discovers ancient records suggesting that something or someone exercised that dominion long before Christ was born. Not as a metaphor, but as a literal reality. In the early decades of the 20th century, a Vatican academic named Father Giancarlo Bellini encountered a disturbing translation. It was discovered within the private papers of a German archaeologist who had dedicated decades to fieldwork in Iraq. The tablet in question spoke of a sacred throne protected by priests in dark vestments, which no mortal could occupy unless selected by the one who assigned the stars. The German scholar interpreted this as an ancient Sumerian reference to a divine monarchy, a celestial validation. Father Bellini drew a comparison to the Church's ritual of papal investiture, the symbolic transfer of divine authority through the laying on of hands from apostle to pontiff. But what troubled him most was the documented age of the tablet. It predated the birth of Abraham, if such power had existed thousands of years before the apostles, and was connected to beings now relegated to mythology. What were the implications for the Vatican's claim of unbroken divine succession? He briefly noted in the margin of his research that if they held the authority first, are we simply occupying borrowed seats of power? That comment was never made public. Father Bellini was given a new assignment. The tablet was returned to storage, but rumours persisted among certain academic theological groups in Rome. There is a discrete term used in private conversations: pre-apostolic guardians. It is never mentioned in public doctrine. It refers to those who may have been granted a divine mandate before the existence of Scripture, before Christ, and even before historical memory. The Vatican has never affirmed this concept, but within its most protected chambers, behind access-controlled doors, there are reportedly artifacts bearing titles that do not appear in the Bible, but which correspond to the most ancient records from Sumer. Not spiritual beings, not holy figures. Something older, something that came first. It was a chilly October evening in 1963 as Pope John XIII lay in his quarters for the final time. The heavy drapes of the apostolic palace were closed. Oil lamps cast a soft glow on a nearby writing surface. Outside, St. Peter's Square was hushed beneath a new moon. Within those imposing structures, the world was already preparing to mourn him. But inside the room, something else was unfolding, an event that would never be included in the public record. The Holy Father had grown quiet in his last days. His illness had significantly reduced his physical strength, but his mind remained sharp. He spoke infrequently, but when he did, his remarks became cryptic, almost poetic. Those closest to him observed a subtle change in his devotion. He no longer prayed for global harmony. He prayed for the power of memory. That night, only his personal assistant, Monsignor Loris Capovilla, remained at his side. The others had retired for the night, anticipating the Pope would not pass until the following morning, but sometime after midnight, the dying pontiff extended his hand toward the Monsignor. His grasp was faint, yet deliberate. Then he whispered, 7. We were not the first, and will not be the last. Capovilla was momentarily stunned. He inquired about the Pope's meaning, but the Holy Father simply smiled, his gaze fixed on a point beyond the walls of the room. Within moments, he lapsed into unconsciousness. By dawn, he had passed away. The statement might have been disregarded, dismissed as the incoherent speech of a man near death, were it not for what the secretary discovered 2 days later in the Pope's private study. Concealed inside an unassuming brown envelope was a folded piece of ancient writing material. It featured hand-drawn symbols. Not Latin, not Greek. Something more ancient, carefully inscribed, as if traced from an original source. Next to the drawing were exactly 3 words, underlined twice. The first one's return. Monsignor Capovilla presented the envelope to a senior archivist, a reserved Jesuit known for handling sensitive historical documents. The archivist remained silent initially, but upon seeing the mysterious symbols, all colour drained from his face. He instructed the Monsignor to wait. He returned 1 hour later with a compact, leather-bound book, unsigned and undated. Inside were the identical symbols, matched precisely, along with an accompanying annotation, recovered from confiscated in 1928, forbidden to be translated. Capovilla asked who authored the annotation. The archivist replied that no one still living wrote it. The account never made it into the authorized biographies. The Vatican issued no public statement, but some claim the letter was discreetly relocated into the deepest archives, labelled only as prophetic statements, classified. To this day, no one can definitively state what Pope John intended. But one priest, years later, made a quiet observation. If apostolic succession traces back to the genesis of the Church, then any presence before that genesis must either be willfully disregarded or acknowledged as authoritative. And perhaps in those final moments the Holy Father did not fear his passing. Perhaps he feared a sudden recollection. Beneath the Vatican, far below the ornate marble floors and luxurious chapels, exists an area rarely discussed and accessed by even fewer individuals. It is not the celebrated library with its painted ceilings, nor the heavily secured vaults holding gold and relics. It is a long, silent corridor lined with plain doors, each opening into a room where the passage of time seems altered. Here, in these quiet spaces, certain historical documents are kept hidden from public access. And among these concealed records are tablets, transcribed notes, and fractured writings, all connected to a time before the Christian Bible, before the founding of Rome, before even Abraham. These are the Sumerian accounts. The Church has a long history of collecting ancient writings, not for public display, but for scholarly research. And over the course of years, an odd pattern began to emerge. The academics chosen to decipher these cuneiform tablets, particularly those working most closely with the oldest symbols, started reporting the same phenomenon. They began experiencing dreams in the Sumerian language. Initially, the effect was subtle. A single unfamiliar word would resonate in their sleep. A strange name, perfectly clear, would surface just as they woke. But the more time these scholars spent immersed in the texts, the more vivid their dreams became. One such individual was Father Miguel Benassi, a linguist assigned to the archive in 1971. He had no inherent interest in ancient myths, only in the structural properties of dead languages. But after 6 months of studying the tablets from Eridu and Nippur, his sleep patterns changed completely. He described seeing vast megalithic cities bathed in a soft golden light. He saw towering gates made of black volcanic rock and figures clothed in robes of luminous thread, their faces obscured. He kept these experiences private, until one day, while translating a damaged fragment, he recognized a specific phrase, not from his studies, but from his nocturnal visions. It was a name, Emesh Duranki, which means the binding point between heaven and earth. He had heard it whispered in a dream 3 nights earlier, spoken by a voice that was clearly not his own. He reported the incident to his superior, who immediately reassigned him to simple, religious studies. The fragment was immediately secured, but Father Benassi was not an isolated case. Over the years, at least 4 other professional translators submitted comparable reports. The recurring dreams always commenced in the same manner, with water, infinite water stretching all the way to the cosmos, and always the same deep emotion. Something far stronger than simple fear. It was recognition. In a memorandum buried deep within the archive's private files, a cardinal once wrote that we do not fully comprehend what form of memory is stored within stone. Perhaps the subconscious mind retains information that the physical body never consciously acquired. The Vatican has never commented publicly on these events. No official statement has ever been issued. But among the specialized archivists, there is an unspoken rule. Never study the Sumerian texts for too long, and never read them aloud. Because if the ancient deities did not truly perish, but merely entered a deep sleep, then perhaps it is not the act of writing that awakens them. Perhaps it is the memory held within the dream. It was never meant to be compiled, not officially, and certainly not within the regulated environment of the Vatican. Yet, sometime in the early months of 1956, a dedicated Jesuit scholar named Father Thomas Elias began assembling what he would later call the Concordance of Names. He did not seek formal authorization. He worked in the late hours by candlelight, meticulously transcribing names from ancient Sumerian tablets and comparing them side by side with angelic names sourced from obscure Christian manuscripts. He was not attempting to undermine religious doctrine, at least not initially. What started as a purely academic inquiry into linguistic parallels soon evolved into something more profound. The more he analysed the old Sumerian tablets, the more he observed an unsettling exact symmetry. Each major Anunnaki deity, Enki, Enlil, Ninhursag, appeared to mirror not a simple pagan idol, but a highly recognizable figure from early Christian mystical traditions. Enki, the deity of wisdom and flowing water, showed deeply unsettling parallels with the archangel Gabriel. Enlil, the lord of the air and ultimate command, shared key attributes with Michael, the heavenly military leader. Even Inanna, the goddess of both affection and conflict, resembled early descriptions of a powerful female spirit, once referred to as Sophia, later completely revised, restructured, and systematically removed from doctrine. Father Elias kept his compiled notes hidden inside a simple leather-bound journal. Only one other person saw the initial work, a fellow scholar named Sister Amalia, who was part of the archive's linguistic department. She urgently advised him to stop his research. "You are creating a connection that must remain severed," she told him. "Some names are intended to be kept separate." But Elias continued his work. He exercised extreme caution, always writing in private, never clearly labelling his project. Still, knowledge of the undertaking spread, not through casual gossip, but through a growing, palpable silence. Access doors that were once open to him were subtly barred. Invitations to scholarly gatherings were quietly withdrawn. Eventually, he was summoned by the cardinal prefect of the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith. What transpired in that closed meeting room remains completely unknown, but when Elias returned to his small living quarters, he immediately incinerated the majority of his original research notes, saving only one complete copy, which he sealed in a plain envelope and sent to a remote monastery in Spain, addressed only to the future. That crucial envelope was never opened. But in 2002, during a routine documentation check, a young monk discovered it tucked away in the library's restricted zone. He did not open it either, but he did read the title, written in Father Elias's distinctive handwriting, Concordance Prohibitorum, a mirror of divine names. The Vatican has never officially acknowledged the existence of the document. There is no public record of Elias's controversial work, and he ultimately passed away in quiet obscurity. Yet those who knew him well claim his last words were uttered in flawless Sumerian, a language he had not actively studied for more than 2 decades. He stated simply that they are the same, not similar. the same. And with those final words, he closed his eyes, as if recalling a fundamental truth far older than the entire history of the Church itself. In the vast, silent passageways of the Vatican's theological wing, certain profound questions are discreetly filed away, not because they lack importance, but because they carry inherent danger. And among these, perhaps none is discussed more cautiously than the potential link between two immensely ancient figures, one from Sumerian mythology and the other from Christian tradition, Enki and Lucifer. At first observation, they appear fundamentally opposed. Enki was revered as a deity of life-giving water, comprehensive wisdom, and ultimate creation. In the Sumerian accounts, he was the primary source of knowledge, the keeper of sacred secrets, the one who provided a warning to humanity just before the Great Flood. He deliberately defied the will of the higher council of gods in order to safeguard mankind. Some scholars labelled him a defiant rebel, others recognized him as a benevolent saviour. Lucifer, according to established Christian dogma, was once the most radiant of all angels, the morning star, the true carrier of light. He also challenged the highest authority, choosing self-determination and independent knowledge over complete obedience. For this decisive act, he was permanently exiled. And yet, when their respective narratives are carefully laid out privately in the hushed environment of an archive or a late-night study, the lines connecting the two begin to overlap. Both entities were characterized as defiant rebels who sought to preserve knowledge. Both offered critical wisdom to the human race. And both became powerful symbols of something strictly forbidden. In the late 19th century, a little-known Jesuit professor named Father Matteo Avellino began an academic study on ancient parallels between early Mesopotamian gods and Judeo-Christian figures. His work was intended to be strictly academic, a simple, dispassionate catalogue of comparative mythology. But as he immersed himself in the Sumerian texts, particularly those detailing Enki's secret teachings to humanity, he developed a growing sense of unease. Enki did not govern through overt power. He communicated through subtle communication. He instructed. He illuminated. Just as Lucifer was historically referred to as Luxfer, the light bringer. Enki, similarly, had once been called the master of the sweet waters and hidden knowledge. Not all sources of light originate from the heavens, Father Avellino recorded in his journal. Some light emanates from below. He chose not to submit his final research to the Vatican authorities. He was concerned by the profound implications. If the Church's quintessential antagonist, Lucifer, shared fundamental characteristics with a deity worshipped 5,000 years earlier, what did that suggest about the true narrative of evil itself? Was it possible that the Lightbringer possessed a history that preceded the canonical fall? Or worse, was the accepted myth of the fall itself a borrowed narrative? When Father Avellino died in 1903, his personal notebooks were immediately confiscated and sealed. A few fragments of his research still survive today in private collections. One of them contains a simple pencil sketch. Enki standing over a massive river, holding a tablet displaying constellations at his feet. Serpent figures are shown drinking from the surrounding water. Written beneath it in Latin, Lucem si feras timebunt ter. If you bring light, they will fear you. The Church has never officially addressed this comparison, but for those who continue to study the most ancient histories, a disturbing pattern remains consistent. The entity who bestowed knowledge is invariably punished, and the one who suppresses it is invariably lauded. Perhaps the central question was never about who was condemned, but who was actively pushed out. It commenced quietly, as most of the Vatican's most pressing and unsettling concerns do. Not within the city of Rome, but in remote, distant locations. In arid landscapes, celestial observations, and isolated military installations. Reports were gathered from both military pilots and contemplative monks. Unidentified lights in the night sky that did not flicker like aircraft, objects that defied natural movement patterns, and figures described not in modern terminology, but with language drawn directly from the oldest known texts. The Vatican Observatory, established in the late 19th century, was always concerned with more than just celestial bodies. It focused on cosmic patterns, recurring cycles, and the potential for a return. And in the mid-20th century, something fundamentally changed. A noticeable increase in reported anomalies was documented by astronomers employed by the Vatican. One cleric wrote that a specific constellation visible over Iraq seemed to pulsate not with starlight, but with residual memory. It was during this period, around 1969, that quiet rumours began to circulate within the Vatican's internal scientific community. Not concerning alien life forms, but concerning a potential reappearance. A theory suggesting that the old gods, the Anunnaki of Sumerian lore, were not destroyed and vanished. They had simply departed, and the act of departure, by its inherent nature, suggests the strong possibility of a return. This was certainly not an idea shared with the general public. The official position of the Church remained entirely static, but behind locked doors, certain specific documents were gathered and analysed. Early Jesuit celestial maps, notes taken during historical exorcisms, and direct transcripts from the ancient texts hidden deep within the archive. One highly classified document, simply titled "In Case of Arrival," outlined a detailed protocol not for making friendly contact, but for effective containment, not involving diplomatic words of welcome, but solemn prayers of spiritual protection. A key figure in these cautious preparations was Monsignor Angelo Lucetti, a Vatican administrator with specialized expertise in both astronomy and comparative religious history. He proposed a chilling hypothesis. What if the beings we once called gods and later redefined as angels or demons were not constrained by the realms of heaven or hell, but by the dimension of time? What if their periodic appearances strictly followed a predetermined cycle as ancient as the stars themselves? Lucetti was convinced that the Anunnaki were not mere myths, but cultural memories, and he claimed to have discovered encoded references to their eventual return within Gregorian chants, utilizing elongated syllables and specific tonal arrangements that, when meticulously translated back through Sumerian phonetics, formed names long eradicated from modern scriptural text. He was relieved of his duties, quietly and politely, and reassigned to a remote administrative post in Sardinia, where he died 10 years later. But some of his initial research was preserved, kept privately by those who felt his theory warranted deeper consideration than simple dismissal. The Vatican has never publicly addressed the possibility of the Anunnaki returning, but the Vatican Observatory continues its meticulous tracking of the night skies, and there are hushed accounts of a sealed vault beneath its Mount Graham facility, where a specialized deep space telescope is kept aimed not at random nearby stars, but at a single fixed point near the constellation of Orion. What is the ultimate purpose of their continuous observation? Perhaps the answer lies not in what the sky physically holds, but in who retains the knowledge of how to unlock it. And if the ancient deities do indeed return, it will not be heralded by fire or cloud, but by an activated memory, the exact kind of history the Vatican attempts to conceal through profound silence. It all started with a simple melody in the cold winter of 1942. Deep within the protected archives of the Vatican, a professional archivist named Father Leon Vittori was meticulously reviewing old wax cylinder recordings of Latin prayers used in monastic worship. These were not the common public hymns sung in grand cathedrals, but extremely rare chants once performed by cloistered religious orders, groups of monks and nuns who had long since vanished from documented history. One particular chant, cryptically labelled simply Cantus Obscura, captured his complete attention. It was recorded on extremely fragile wax and was almost entirely lost to the effects of time. The complex melody was mesmerizing, rising and falling with a distinct wave-like rhythm, but it was the language of the chant that deeply unsettled him. Although the main body was sung in Latin, there were strange, abrupt insertions, words that were not entirely Latin, not entirely Sumerian, but a distinct hybrid of both. At first, Father Vittori hypothesized it was a simple linguistic error, perhaps a local, isolated dialect. But when he began comparing the inserted words against carefully preserved fragments from ancient Mesopotamian texts, a highly curious symmetry emerged. The chant, when logically restructured, appeared to explicitly name beings not found anywhere within Christian scripture. Not saints, not angels, but beings that matched the descriptions of the Anunnaki, and not in reverence, in warning. It was not the only one. Over the next 2 years, Father Vittori found 12 such chants hidden across Vatican archives, buried in collections that had not been opened in centuries. Many were marked as unsuitable for modern liturgy. Others bore no explanation at all, just red wax seals and quiet notes in Latin. Non cantandum, not to be sung. Some of the phrases repeated again and again, Illu enci nox lucet ejus voce enci, the light shines from his voice. Et veniet per aquam, non per caelum, and he shall come by water, not by sky. These were not standard prayers, they were codes. At one point, Father Vittori took his findings to a senior official within the Vatican's Congregation for Divine Worship. The response was immediate and firm. He was told to stop the translations, not because they were wrong, but because they were too close to something the Church had long buried. Later that year, Father Vittori was reassigned to a remote abbey in northern Italy. He obeyed, but before leaving, he left behind one final note in the archive's margin. They knew. They warned us in song. In the years that followed, others noticed similar linguistic anomalies in the structure of early Latin masses. Hidden names, ancient patterns, not always in the words, but in the rhythm, in the breath. The Vatican has never commented on these findings, but in a back corridor of the archive there is said to be a locked cabinet marked only by a carved serpent and a star. Inside, old recordings rest in silence. Gregorian tones woven with messages the world was never meant to hear. Prayers, yes, but not for deliverance, for protection from something older than sin, and perhaps still listening. In the deepest chambers beneath Vatican City, far past the well-known archives, and even beyond the sealed rooms, only a handful of cardinals may enter, lies a vault that very few in the modern church will even acknowledge. No name is written above its entrance, only a symbol carved faintly into the stone. A winged figure with both horns and a halo. They call it the Guardian. Its existence is not mentioned in any public record, but the story passes from one archivist to another, always in hushed tones. It is said the statue was brought to the Vatican in the early 16th century after being discovered in the ruins of a forgotten monastery near Nineveh. The monks who had unearthed it described it as neither angel nor demon, but something in between, a figure that stared back at them with a gaze both knowing and ancient. The sculpture itself, according to those few who claim to have seen it, stands taller than a man. It is carved from black stone that does not match anything from the region, cool to the touch, even in warm air. It has the wings of a seraph, but its face is more animal than human. Its eyes are deep set and its mouth is sealed shut, as if to prevent it from ever speaking again. There is no inscription. The statue was transported to the Vatican under the personal supervision of a Jesuit priest named Father Lorenzo Danti. His journals, recovered after his death in 1788, describe the transportation of a relic he believed to be connected to the Anunnaki, the gods of ancient Sumer. He wrote, "It bears the name of one who walked before Babel fell, a guardian not of light, but of knowledge too heavy to carry. He insisted the figure be locked away, not because it was cursed, but because it made the faithful doubt. Priests who stood near it spoke of dreams they could not forget, symbols in their sleep, a language they had never learned yet understood. One young deacon is said to have collapsed while performing a blessing near the vault, murmuring a phrase that left older clergy shaken. He had whispered a name not of a Christian saint, but of a Sumerian deity forgotten by most historians. Since then, the vault has remained closed, sealed behind iron and stone. But it is maintained, cleaned, guarded, always watched by one single custodian appointed not by the Pope, but by a council whose names do not appear on Vatican registers. No photographs exist, no documentation survives, only the silence and the warnings. Some believe the statue is not a guardian at all, but a gate, a physical seal to something older than doctrine, older than scripture. Something not sleeping, but waiting, and if that seal were ever broken, the Church may not have time to offer explanation, only prayer, whispered in Latin and spoken very, very carefully. The story begins in the autumn of 1973 inside a quiet Vatican study, dimly lit by candlelight. Cardinal Giacomo Belli, a man known more for silence than speech, was in his final years. He had served the Church through wars, reformations, and secrets too heavy for the world to carry. But on one rain-soaked evening, he broke that silence. Only one man was in the room with him, a young assistant named Father Michel Rinaldi. He would later record what happened, though the record was never meant to be shared. It passed from priest to priest in quiet voice and cautious hands. As the wind pressed against the stone walls of the apostolic palace, the old cardinal leaned forward in his chair, trembling. His hands gripped the arms of his seat as if steadying himself for something unseen. Father Rinaldi offered him water, but the cardinal waved it away. Then came the whisper. "If they awaken," Cardinal Belli said, his voice barely more than breath, "it is not the devil we will face." Father Rinaldi stood frozen. He had never heard the cardinal speak of anything outside doctrine, never heard him stray from the expected path. But now the cardinal's eyes were distant, as if seeing something through the wall itself, through time. "A memory or a warning?" Rinaldi asked gently. "Who do you mean?" The cardinal did not answer. Instead, he reached into the folds of his robe and pulled out a folded piece of parchment. It was yellowed and creased. He placed it into the young priest's hand, closed his fingers over it, and said, "You must not let this leave the Vatican." The document was short. It contained only a name written in an alphabet Rinaldi did not recognize. Not Latin, not Greek, but it pulsed with a strange familiarity, as if the shapes themselves had weight. Later, scholars would trace the script to a pre-Sumerian language, the same markings found on tablets the Church had quietly removed from a dig site near Eridu decades before. By morning, Cardinal Belli was dead. His passing was not suspicious. He was old, tired, worn from years of service. But for those who knew the truth, his final words carried a message more disturbing than any sermon. Over the following months, Father Rinaldi would speak less and less. He withdrew from public duties, eventually taking a post in the Vatican archives, where he spent the rest of his life reading texts never spoken aloud. Before he died, he gave the parchment to another priest, and the story began again. A whisper, a warning. It is not the devil we will face. The Vatican never released an official statement on Cardinal Belli's final words. But somewhere deep in the archives that folded parchment remains, untranslated by most, yet understood by those who have seen the symbols before. And they know the danger is not in what the Church has defeated. The danger is in what it has kept sleeping. Beneath the gleaming beauty of St. Peter's Basilica, past the known tombs, and beneath even the necropolis, there is said to be a tunnel that few will admit exists. It is not shown on any official map, not listed in any tour, and no guide will speak of it. Yet the whispers persist, carried quietly among Vatican archivists, and passed like a riddle from one generation to the next. They call it the Passage of Silence. The tunnel begins near the farthest edge of the necropolis, behind a sealed grate that appears to lead nowhere. Most assume it is a storage area or an old drainage corridor long since abandoned, but stories tell of a second entrance hidden behind a smooth wall in the archives, activated by a pressure point known only to a small circle of clergy. According to one account, recorded in a private letter dated to 1954, a German priest named Father Heinrich Bauer was granted access to this passage after the Second World War. He had spent years studying ancient rites and believed there were links between early Christian symbols and Mesopotamian ones. The Vatican gave him one chance, a single walk through the tunnel. He returned, pale and shaking, refusing to speak of what he had seen. He left the priesthood within a year, retreating to a monastery in northern Italy. His personal journals, recovered after his death, contain only one entry under the date of his visit. They built over it, but it is not buried. The tunnel, it is said, does not simply lead beneath St. Peter's Basilica. It descends slowly, deliberately, toward a chamber older than Rome itself. Carved into stone that predates Christian construction, this space is rumoured to contain remnants of an altar, not Roman, not Hebrew, but Sumerian. Here is where the mystery deepens. A handful of testimonies suggest the markings inside the chamber resemble cuneiform, but not of the standard variety. They are deeper, more angular, and seem designed not just to be read but to be heard, as if each symbol once carried sound. Some believe this room was used for rituals, not sacrifices in the Christian sense, but something older, something tied to gods who ruled not from heaven, but from earth. It is said the Vatican placed a seal over the tunnel in the 1960s, not to preserve history, but to contain it. The conflict was not theological, but existential. What would it mean if the very heart of Christendom had been built upon ground once sacred to the Anunnaki? The Church would never allow that question to become public, and so the tunnel remains unmarked, unspoken. But beneath the marble and mosaic, beneath the bones of saints and the whispers of pilgrims, it waits. Not empty, just forgotten, intentionally. And those who know do not speak of it, because some doors, once opened, cannot be closed again. It was during routine maintenance beneath St. Peter's Basilica in the spring of 1971 that something strange was discovered. The workmen were clearing debris along an old retaining wall when a single slab broke free, revealing a chamber behind it. The space was small, narrow, and filled with dust. But what lay inside would trouble the church for decades to come. Resting within that quiet, hidden pocket was a block of stone unlike anything else found in the Vatican. It was smooth to the touch, but scored with lines that shimmered faintly when caught by candlelight. Unlike Roman concrete or carved marble, it seemed immune to time. The air around it was oddly still, almost heavy, as if holding its breath. When the archaeologists arrived, their first instinct was confusion. The stone did not match anything in Roman engineering. It bore none of the tool marks common to the builders of the empire. There was no Latin inscription, no signs of Christian use. Instead, embedded across its surface were strange symbols, not etched but formed, as though the stone itself had grown them from within. A Vatican scholar was called in, Father Matteo Lorenz, a respected expert in ancient languages. He examined the markings and became unusually quiet. For 2 days he did not sleep, poring over old manuscripts, comparing the symbols to those found in clay tablets recovered from Iraq in the early 20th century. On the 3rd day, he requested that the chamber be sealed. Once again, Father Matteo left a note behind, now kept in the restricted archives. It read simply, "This is not Roman. This is not Christian. This is older." That note was filed under a new origin unknown. "Do not display." Whispers among the archivists began to circulate. Some said the symbols were early forms of cuneiform, but not from Sumer or Babylon. Instead, they resembled the kind found near Eridu, one of the oldest cities ever recorded. Others claimed the stone radiated heat, though no equipment confirmed it. One story, told only in passing, mentioned a young assistant who touched the stone and collapsed, muttering words no one understood, a language lost to time or perhaps never meant to be heard again. In the following weeks, Vatican officials ordered the stone to be relocated to a deep vault. It was never photographed, never studied publicly, and never spoken of in official channels. But those who had seen it could not forget, because it raised a question no one in the church wanted to answer. If this stone predated Rome, if it came from the time of the Anunnaki, why was it buried beneath the heart of the Catholic world? And more troubling still, what other stones remain hidden, unmoved, unread, and waiting in a city built on faith? Some foundations were never meant to be unearthed. He was not Pope for long. In the cool spring of 1962, Cardinal Paolo Ventura was elected in a quiet conclave, taking the name Pope Innocent V. Most remember him only as a transitional figure, a gentleman with tired eyes who served for less than 1 year. But within the hidden corners of the Vatican, his short papacy left a ripple that has never truly faded. Pope Innocent had spent decades in the Vatican library before ascending to the papal throne. He was not a politician nor a diplomat. He was a scholar of ancient texts, a lover of dusty scrolls and forgotten languages. It was said he knew more about Sumerian cosmology than some experts at the British Museum. But it was also said in whispers that he had seen something buried deep in the secret archives, something that changed the way he viewed the story of creation itself. Only one homily survives from his brief reign, delivered in the Basilica on a quiet Sunday morning with fewer than 24 in attendance. It was not broadcast, not recorded officially, but someone, perhaps a clerk or curious priest, copied it by hand. That handwritten transcript remained buried for decades, until it was quietly filed in a restricted folder titled Non-Canonical Reflections. The words were simple, yet strange. Pope Innocent spoke of those who came before the breath of man, and beings of the high places who built with light and water. He mentioned a flood, not as punishment, but as warning, and a God who left not in anger, but in silence. The most startling passage came near the end. What we call angels, he said, may be only the last echoes of something far older, and what we call history may be only the story written after the fire went out. No pope had ever said such things aloud, and within days he stopped appearing in public. Illness was the official reason. Rumours suggested something else. A cardinal's journal discovered years later noted that Pope Innocent was visited by the Superior General of the Jesuits only hours before he collapsed. Witnesses described raised voices behind closed doors, and one guard swore he heard the words "Anu" and "Return" spoken in Latin. Pope Innocent V died quietly in his chambers less than a week later. No autopsy was performed. The official line read heart failure. His writings were collected and sealed. His name was rarely spoken again. But in one locked drawer in the Apostolic Palace, still marked with his papal seal, is said to be a handwritten letter, unsigned, unaddressed. It ends with a single sentence: "The gods before the flood will speak again," and the stones already know their names. In the Vatican, some stories are buried not because they are false, but because they are too old to control. And sometimes the greatest danger is not heresy, but memory. It began with stars, not those seen from village fields or cathedral windows, but the precise measured stars of ancient maps. Some of them etched in clay long before Rome was born. Others traced on parchment by hands wrapped in black sleeves, deep within the halls of the Vatican Observatory. For centuries the Jesuits were tasked with studying the heavens, Their charts shaped calendars, guided sea captains, and even corrected errors in the old Roman reckoning of time. But not all of their stargazing was about science. Some stars, they believed, held messages too old to be explained, too dangerous to ignore. In the late 1800s, a Jesuit priest named Father Matteo Lucari worked quietly beneath the copper dome of the Vatican's original observatory not far from the Papal Gardens. He was a quiet man, a mathematician, fluent in Latin and Akkadian, with a curious passion for the skies of Sumer. It was Father Lucari who first noticed something strange. Certain Sumerian star patterns matched not only modern constellations, but specific alignments over the city of Rome itself. He began to compare Sumerian temple placements with Vatican architecture, especially St. Peter's Basilica and the layout of nearby obelisks. Over time, he became convinced that some ancient influence had guided the builders not just in Rome, but across the sacred world. The patterns did not belong to coincidence, they belonged to memory. Father Lucari wrote in his private notebook, "The stars are not only signs of the times, but remnants of those who taught us time." He referenced the Anunnaki not as myth, but as masters of the calendar. He presented his findings to the head of the Jesuit Curia in 1903. The response was silence. His work was labelled speculative cosmology and shelved. But within months, new policies limited independent research into Mesopotamian astronomy within the Church. Then a peculiar thing happened. A second observatory was built far from the city lights, in the hills outside Castel Gandolfo. Officially, it was to escape the pollution of Rome. Unofficially, it gave certain astronomers more space and more secrecy. A priest who worked there in the 1940s, Father Emilio Garza, later confided to a fellow scholar that the stars being mapped were not all natural. "We were looking for movement," he whispered. "Not planets, but returns." "Returns from where?" He never said. Decades later, buried in the Vatican archives, a sealed envelope was found inside a forgotten star atlas. It held a single photo, a stone tablet with star markings, and beneath it written in Latin, "They did not rise from earth. They descended. Their names are in the skies." To this day, no one knows who wrote those words. But in the hidden layers of the Vatican's astronomical records, some say there are charts with no origin, no explanation, and no purpose. Except perhaps to wait, because sometimes secrets are not buried in the ground, but written in the sky where even angels must look up and remember. In the high hills behind the walls of the Vatican Observatory, there is a telescope older than most churches. It was first aimed at the heavens in the early 1900s, polished by Jesuit hands and guided by minds trained not only in astronomy, but theology. The stars were their scripture too, and one in particular would not behave. They called it the star that never moves, not because it shined the brightest, or because it marked some known constellation. Quite the opposite. This star, small and pale, should have shifted ever so slightly with the skies turning. But night after night, year after year, it remained fixed, unchanging, and worse, unclassified. Father Alonso Moretti was the first to record it, in 1931. He made no public announcement. Instead, he hand-wrote his notes in Latin and locked them in the observatory's vault. The star had no catalogue number, no previous sighting. But what alarmed him most was not that it stayed still. It was that it seemed familiar. Deep in the archives, Father Moretti found a clay tablet sketch from ancient Sumer. It had been copied and stored by Jesuit translators in the 18th century. The image showed a star map centered around the city of Ur. Near the top, carved with careful precision, was a lone mark labelled Nin Anu, translated loosely, the Sky Lord's Eye. The placement on the tablet matched exactly the coordinates of the Vatican's unmoving star. The idea shook Father Moretti, not because of what it was, but what it suggested. If the Sumerians had seen the same star thousands of years ago, and if it had not moved since then, it meant this star had never orbited. It had never drifted. It had always been watching. By the winter of 1932, the Vatican had quietly ordered all Jesuit astronomers to cease any direct observation of the region surrounding the fixed star. Not a single record has been published since, but some whispers still leak out. A priest who served in the observatory during the early 1970s claimed he was shown a restricted manuscript titled Lux Immobilis, the Unmoving Light. It reportedly contained theological arguments that the star was not a star at all, but a marker placed by the same beings who once walked with the kings of Sumer, beings the church refused to name, beings that might return. The manuscript vanished shortly after the priest's death. The observatory denied it ever existed, but in a side chapel near the Vatican Library there is an old fresco few tourists notice. It shows St. Peter holding a key, not to a gate, but to a star painted just above his head. The star is small. It is pale, and unlike the others painted in that sky, it has no rays, only a single black dot at its centre, the same shape carved into the stone above the oldest doorway in Ur. In a quiet chamber behind St. Peter's Basilica lies a scroll no pope ever quoted and no priest dares to teach. It is not held with the Gospels, nor listed in the Vatican's official library catalogue, yet it has been read, whispered, and feared. The scroll is tied to a name spoken only in hushed voices: Petrus Romanus, Peter the Roman, the final pope. Most know the prophecy of Malachi, the medieval Irish archbishop who listed a mysterious sequence of future popes. But few know that the Vatican holds a longer, older version of that prophecy, a version not copied in Latin, but in Aramaic. It was found buried beneath the floor of a ruined chapel in northern Syria during a Jesuit mission in the early 19th century. At the end of that scroll, long after the name Petrus Romanus is mentioned, there is one final line. It is not numbered, it is not titled. It reads, "And with him the forgotten ones shall awaken, whose breath shall shake the marble and whose names are not in the book of life." This single line, scrawled in fading red ink, has troubled the Vatican for generations. In the year 1947, a team of Vatican scholars was assembled in secret to review the authenticity of the scroll. Among them was Cardinal Bellini, a linguist and historian known for his deep knowledge of pre-Christian texts. After months of study, Bellini submitted a report containing one unsettling conclusion. The forgotten ones, he argued, were not angels, they were not demons, they were older. The scroll's Aramaic grammar hinted at borrowed terms, words not native to Semitic language. Bellini believed the names came from ancient Sumer, specifically from inscriptions linked to the Anunnaki. He proposed that Petrus Romanus would not merely be the final pope, but the one who stood at the threshold between the known world and something far older. The Church never published Bellini's findings. The information in his report was quickly filed away and ignored. That very year, he decided to retire. Yet the Vatican did take action. In 1948, a papal order went out under secret classification. It required the removal of all unofficial prophecies concerning the Pope and the end of the world. The reason given was potential theological confusion. However, within the secure copy kept in the Apostolic Archive, a note is scrawled in the margin. It simply says, "We cannot speak the name of what we once removed." Even now, inside St. Peter's Basilica, if you walk right beneath the Latin words at the base of the Great Dome, you will find a small figure carved there, almost worn away by time. Most people think it is just a common cherub, but its wings face down, not up. And its face is not that of a child. Its eyes are long and almond-shaped, exactly like those found on ancient Sumerian idols. In the very centre of the Vatican, resting above the bones of St. Peter himself, the watchers are still waiting. In the spring of 1592, the Vatican was ready to announce a significant new law, a papal bull. This was the most sacred type of document a pope could issue, written under the direct authority of Pope Clement VIII. It was intended to define permanently the identity of the heavenly host. This bull would align centuries of church doctrine with modern scriptural analysis, returning the divine order to the hands of the Vatican after many years of disagreement. The bull was scheduled to be read out loud on Pentecost Sunday, directly beneath St. Peter's high dome. The parchment had been signed, sealed, and sent to the archives. Copies were already on their way to trusted bishops across the continent. The Church, still recovering from the Protestant Reformation, felt it was finally time to silence all confusion. But then, without any warning, the order was cancelled. Not delayed, not changed, but completely pulled back. Every single copy, every written mention, every whisper of it, vanished in less than a week. The official explanation was a sudden doctrinal instability, but those inside the Pope's private court understood there was a deeper issue. One of the men who had helped write the bull, Father Lorenzo Vitale, disappeared the night before the scheduled announcement. He was last seen inside the library of the Vatican Apostolic Archive, holding a sealed folder marked Summa. A Swiss guard later discovered the folder placed neatly on a shelf where it did not belong, and the ink on the documents inside was still wet. Rumours began to circulate quickly. It was suggested that the folder contained a fresh translation, newly completed by Vitale, comparing the names of the supposed heavenly host, Michael, Gabriel, Uriel, with much older names found carved into clay tablets excavated in what was once known as Mesopotamia. The translations suggested that many of the beings the Church called angels shared striking similarities with the Anunnaki, not just in their duties but in their actual names, their ranking, and, in some cases, even their physical appearance. The idea was shocking, that the Vatican had all along been describing gods it considered pagan as its holy messengers, that its own sacred hosts might have originated in Sumerian mythology. When Pope Clement read the completed bull one final time, he reportedly sat completely silent for more than an hour. According to the private journal of his secretary, the Holy Father eventually turned to him and asked, "Are we the first, or are we second?" That same evening, the Vatican's fastest messenger riders were dispatched with orders not to deliver the bull, but to retrieve every single copy. The originals were set on fire in the courtyard behind the papal palace. Only one survived, the draft kept by Father Vitale, whose remains were never discovered in the centuries that followed. No pope has since risked redefining the heavenly host. The title is still in place, unquestioned. But buried deep within the Vatican's secret rooms is one document filed under recanted theology. Its title is De Caelestis Ordo, meaning the celestial order, and scrawled next to it in the margin is a line not written by Vitale. They are not coming. They were already here. In the centre of the Vatican museums, far away from the galleries seen by visitors and pilgrims, there is a room not listed on any official map. It is small, without windows, and secured with a brass key kept by only one man. The light inside is dim and soft, as if even the electricity is afraid to be loud. Here, resting upon a cloth of deep purple silk, is an artifact unlike any other in the Vatican's vast collection. A polished silver disc, no bigger than a dinner plate, etched with symbols older than Latin, older than Hebrew, older even than Sumerian cuneiform. It is known quietly by the handful who have seen it as Inanna's mirror. The disc was found in 1924 by a group of archaeologists in southern Iraq. They assumed it was a ceremonial object belonging to the temple of Inanna, the Sumerian goddess of love, war, and the stars. But what concerned the Vatican and captured their hidden attention was not the location of the find, but what was engraved onto its reverse side. There, beneath ancient markings, was the clear outline of a woman, but not just any woman. She wore a long gown with a high neck, a halo of sunburst behind her head, and a child held in her left arm. Around her feet were 7 coiled stars. A crown floated above her forehead. For scholars trained in Christian iconography, the image was disturbingly familiar. It looked exactly like the Virgin Mary. The Church quietly took possession of the artifact using a network of collectors and academics loyal to the Vatican's more discreet branches. The disc was never put on display. It was never mentioned in official records. But in the years that followed, it became the focus of a hushed internal argument. How could a Sumerian goddess, worshipped thousands of years before Christ, share such noticeable visual traits with the Mother of God? Some whispered it was proof that the image of Mary had origins older than the Church would ever admit. Others believed it proved the opposite, that Inanna was a pre-Christian hint of divine femininity, a shadow of a truth waiting to be revealed, or a way of preparing the world for Mary's eventual arrival. But one theory, written in a banned letter now hidden in the archives, suggested something far more troubling. What if they were the same person? What if Mary and Inanna were different names used in different eras for the same powerful being? One who moved through history wearing multiple disguises. That theory, written by a Jesuit theologian in 1961, was immediately declared heresy. He was secretly excommunicated. The mirror was then permanently locked away. Yet those few who have briefly seen it say the silver never loses its shine, and that if you stare long enough into the centre of the mirror, you do not see your own reflection. You see her. And sometimes, they say, she gives a slight smile, not like a mother, but like a goddess, remembering something the Church worked very hard to forget. In the fall of 1978, a letter arrived at the Vatican carrying the official seal of a small church in southern Italy. It was written by the local priest, Father Giacomo, whose respectful tone could not hide an underlying quiet fear. He was asking for direction, not about doctrine or worship, but about something much stranger. A young boy in his village had started talking about things no child should ever know, things no living person should be able to remember. The child's name was Luca. He was only 7 years old. According to his mother, Luca had begun talking in his sleep, murmuring in a language no one in the house understood. At first, they dismissed it as nonsensical babbling, the kind of things a child might dream up. But when Father Giacomo recorded the boy's speech and sent it to a local expert, the answer came back right away. The language was Sumerian, not a modern tongue, not even Aramaic, but the language spoken more than 5,000 years ago in the region of Chenar. Luca, a boy who had never left his small village, was speaking fluently in a dead language. The Vatican sent a Jesuit linguist named Father Matteo to observe the child. Matteo, a quiet and patient scholar, had spent decades studying forgotten languages in the Apostolic Archive. He arrived in the village claiming to offer special religious instruction. But his real focus was Luca. On the third night, Matteo sat by the boy's bedside and heard the voice for himself. It was not the voice of a sleeping child. It was deep, calm, and surprisingly musical. Luca spoke of cities built of stone and flame, of flowing rivers that ran beneath golden temples, and of gods who walked among humans. He spoke the names of places that no longer exist. He called himself Ninurta. Matteo was deeply shaken. Ninurta was a powerful warrior god from ancient Sumer, the son of Enlil, the god of wind and storms. How could a child with no exposure to archaeology or ancient history speak these names with such complete accuracy? Even more unnerving was what happened when the boy woke up. He remembered everything, not like a dream, but like a past life. He drew pictures of winged figures descending from the stars, of massive doors with carved stone serpents, and of ceremonies performed by torchlight under a black sky. When asked how he knew these things, Luca simply replied, "Because I was there." Father Matteo sent his full report back to the Vatican, including recordings, sketches, and his own unwilling conclusion. This child was not pretending. His depth of knowledge was impossible, yet impossible to deny. The Vatican ordered complete silence. Matteo was immediately reassigned. The boy's family was relocated to another region. But not before Luca gave the priest one final drawing. A map, not of his village or of Italy, but of a city shaped like a spiral, featuring symbols only described in the most ancient texts. At the centre of the spiral, he drew a temple, and inside that temple, he drew a mirror just like the one now hidden in the Vatican's deepest vaults. In the quiet solitude of the Vatican library, behind doors very few are permitted to enter, rests a collection of manuscripts that have never been officially published, catalogued, or even publicly acknowledged. These are texts that speak softly of fire, blood, and something far older than the Bible itself. Among them, there is one scroll, older than almost all the others, sealed with wax and bearing a faded symbol. Not a Christian cross, but a 7-pointed star. The scroll was brought to the Vatican in 1924 by a Benedictine scholar who had just returned from Iraq. He was very thin and pale when he arrived. He spoke very little, but he handed the scroll directly to the apostolic archivist and said only, "Do not open it at night." He then disappeared into the quiet routine of monastic life, never mentioning it again. When it was finally unsealed, the writing inside was in cuneiform. The translation process took several months. What it revealed deeply disturbed those who read it. The scroll described a specific ritual, not Sumerian mythology, but a step-by-step instruction. A sacrifice, not symbolic, but literal. It required water taken from a sacred well, a fire-burning cedar wood, and blood offered beneath a sky that held no visible stars. The purpose of the ritual was to summon the presence of a god named Enlil, who demanded not worship, but absolute obedience. What made the text even more disturbing was its strange familiarity. The scholar who translated it, a priest named Father Romano, wrote in the margins, "Compare this to Abraham's test of Isaac on the stone." But the attitude of this older story was fundamentally different. There was no angel sent to stop the action. The blood was spilled willingly. The people, the priests, they honestly believed it was necessary. As Father Romano continued his study, he began to notice something else. The clear similarities between this ancient Sumerian sacrifice and the core religious practices of early Christianity. Not just general themes, but the structure, the exact use of sacred language, the circle of stones, even the wine and the bread. He brought his concerns to a high-ranking bishop. The bishop immediately ordered him to stop his research. But Father Romano continued until one morning in 1925, when his living quarters were found completely empty. His notes were gathered up by the archive staff, and the scroll was resealed. Some say that before he vanished, Romano told a fellow priest, "Our rites are merely echoes." The Sumerians spoke the words first. "We only remembered." That whisper spread quietly through the Vatican, not openly, not in public, but behind locked doors. If the Church had received not a divine instruction, but an ancient imitation, what would that imply for the very foundation of the faith? In the end, the scroll was placed in a securely locked drawer labelled non-canonical. Below other manuscripts, the Church finds it easier not to discuss. But those who have read it or heard its story speak of it the way one speaks of a powerful storm just beyond the horizon. It is not what the scroll claims that frightens them. It is the real possibility that it is not myth at all, but a buried, frightening memory. In the centre of Rome, hidden by old, ivy-covered stone walls and far away from the eyes of tourists, there is a small garden no one ever speaks about. To a casual passerby, it appears to be just another quiet area of the Vatican property, a peaceful space with tall cypress trees and soft green grass that never seems to grow unruly. But those who work within the deepest parts of the church know its true name in hushed tones: the Jesuit burial grounds. It is not marked on any official map. These are not the grand burial sites of powerful cardinals or the polished marble resting places of popes. There are no carved stone angels, no Latin prayers etched into gold. Here, the graves are simple, unpretentious. Yet among the uniform white markers, there are a few that break the established pattern. They display stars instead of crosses. One such grave belongs to a man named Father Ignacio Serra, a Jesuit linguist who disappeared in 1933 after translating fragments of a cuneiform tablet brought in from the ruins of Ur. No official explanation for his death was ever given, though his body was quietly returned to the Vatican months later. His grave is one of the few marked with a 7-pointed star, the very same symbol found etched onto that forbidden tablet. Father Serra had written in his final journal that the original language of the gods was too loud to ever be truly dead. He spoke of his dreams being filled with dust and shadow, of a name that echoed loudly in his ears upon waking, Enki. When Vatican officials reviewed his final notes, most were immediately ordered to be sealed and others were burned, but the simple grave remained. Another belongs to Brother Matteo Corsi, an astronomer who worked closely with the Vatican Observatory. He died suddenly in 1971 after publishing a controversial paper comparing ancient Mesopotamian star charts to the exact alignment of St. Peter's dome. He argued the dome did not point toward heaven, but toward somewhere far older, somewhere that had been deliberately forgotten. They buried him very quickly. The burial grounds are completely closed to all visitors. Only certain priests are permitted entry, and even then only on specific designated days. One guard, now fully retired, once mentioned that there is always someone watching the graves, even late at night, not to guard them. He whispered, but waiting, as if they somehow expect one of them to rise and return. It is simple to walk past the garden without a second thought. But for those aware of the profound secrets the Vatican has carried for centuries, these graves are not quiet reminders of the past. They are clear warnings. Each one tells a story never spoken from the pulpit. Each one was a man who came too close to something ancient, something the Church still does not fully comprehend. Ultimately, the Jesuit burial grounds are not kept hidden out of any sense of shame. They are hidden because of profound fear. Fear that the stars they studied, the ancient names they translated, and the terrible dreams they dreamed were never theirs to begin with. In the Vatican's oldest training schools, young priests are taught the traditional names of saints, martyrs, and angels. They repeat Latin prayers that have been whispered through the centuries and learn which divine names are appropriate to speak and which are dangerous. One name is never taught, never uttered, and never printed in any official church document. Yet it is known, deeply felt, and greatly feared. That name is Enki. Not because he was considered evil, not because he was classified as a demon, but because his true story does not fit into their narrative. In the private papers of a theologian named Father Luca Varani, who served as a linguistic consultant to the Apostolic Archive in 1957, there is a single page ripped from a small notebook. The ink has faded badly, but the words still carry a tremor on the paper. The name carries physical weight, not merely poetic or metaphorical. When spoken aloud in Aramaic, it actively pulls at the air, as if it remembers being called. Father Varani did not finish that particular notebook. The fear within the Vatican is not just about what the name represents, but what it might still be in the present. Not merely a symbol, not just a myth, but a living presence, an active force. Church historians who have studied ancient Mesopotamian texts know that Enki was the god of water and wisdom, a creator, a protector, sometimes even described as a friend to humanity. But his stories were recorded long before the book of Genesis, long before the famous flood of Noah. And that is the central problem. If Enki was a real historical figure, then who truly came first? This deeply unsettling question has troubled many within the Church quietly and well out of public view. In 1989, a Jesuit professor at the Pontifical Biblical Institute published a highly restricted paper titled Primus Vocatus, which means the first called. It was forcefully removed from all circulation in less than 48 hours. Those who managed to read it recall that it meticulously traced the linguistic roots between the name Yahweh and much older Sumerian phonetic sounds. The implication was not that Yahweh originated from Enki, but that perhaps somewhere in the deepest, most obscured threads of history, the two names had once touched. One cardinal reportedly referred to the paper as a spark in a vault filled with dry straw. Since then, no public mention of Enki has been made by any Vatican authority, even among its most trusted scholars. The topic is now met with nervous glances or an immediate change of subject. The profound silence is not due to ignorance. It is a calculated act of control and perhaps even protection. The fear is not that people will choose to worship Enki. The fear is that they will begin to recognize him in the flowing patterns of water, in the quiet depth of dreams, in the still moments between the end of a prayer and the onset of sleep, when the world is most receptive. There is a deep belief, one never taught in seminaries but whispered among those who know, that some names are not merely remembered by chance. Some names possess the power to actively remember us, and for the Vatican, that may be the most dangerous secret of all. At night, once the tourists have departed and the final whispered prayers have ended, the Sistine Chapel transforms into something else entirely. The lingering echoes of footsteps disappear, and the massive weight of the ceiling above feels suddenly heavier. It is not just the incredible beauty that remains, but something far older, something the Vatican very rarely discusses, even within its own secure walls. The silence here is not a sign of peace. It is absolutely watchful. Every single corner of the chapel is imbued with a hidden meaning, from the exact placement of each fresco to the ancient stones beneath the marble floor. And while most visitors strain their necks to admire Michelangelo's celebrated ceiling, few ever realize that what they are observing is far more than just brilliant art. It is a carefully encoded message, one created with shadow and brushstroke, but also with subtle symbols designed to pass completely unnoticed. In 1937, a Vatican archivist named Father Emilio Ferrati made a peculiar discovery. While compiling a set of older restoration notes, he found a specific mention of a hidden glyph located near the hand of Adam, a symbol that was not included in any official church descriptions or art history documents. He brought this discovery to the attention of his superior, who immediately instructed him to stop his research. By the following morning, the office of Father Ferrati had been completely cleared. All the documents were missing. Over the years, speculation has circulated among those who study the Vatican about the true secret concealed within the great work of Michelangelo. Some assert that the Sistine Chapel is not a terrestrial chart, but a celestial one. It is not the paradise of archangels and holy figures, but the constellations recorded by Sumerian priests millennia ago, a stellar arrangement that does not correspond with any known modern star map. It is a firmament that speaks in an archaic dialect, the sky of Enki. And here, deep inside the holiest sanctuary of the Vatican, that specific sky watches over prelates, popes, and pilgrims, not with condemnation, but with recognition, as if they were familiar. There is an area of the chapel, slightly to the left of the main altar, where the fresco appears to glimmer somewhat differently in the faint glow. It is frequently cordoned off during the scheduled tours. Official guides claim it is closed for restoration. Yet, a visiting astronomer back in 1974 claimed to have seen an unusual emblem there, a star with 7 points hidden under the paint layer. He was escorted from the premises within the hour. Certain church insiders believe the Sistine Chapel transcends a mere site of prayer. It is a repository of unsaid truths, a warning displayed openly on a massive canvas. Others propose it is a challenge to see who detects it. The quiet here is not an emptiness. It is listening. Even without spoken words, the room seems to anticipate, and that is perhaps why the Vatican guards it with such vigilance, not just to preserve the artistry but to suppress the questions it might inspire. For silence in a location like this is never unintentional. Inside the Vatican Library there is a modest door, largely overlooked and rarely unlocked. Behind this entrance is a room where papers are stored, not for their spiritual significance, but for their potential danger. Among these texts, hidden beneath worn velvet and secured with wax, is correspondence that no pontiff has dared to disclose. It is dated from the year 1891. The script belongs to a priest working as a missionary near the ancient ruins of Babylon. His writing is shaky, full of doubt. He writes not about divine acts or conversions, but about a vision, a recurring dream that visited him nightly, always identical. In this nightly scene, the priest wandered across a barren, scorched territory of ash and conflagration. The sun was fixed overhead, and the ground glittered oddly, not with desert grains, but with refined gold. Floating above him were figures, neither human nor animal. Their eyes shone like distant stars, and their hands were weighted with instruments that pulsed silently. These beings offered no verbal communication, yet their message was unmistakable. The planet was not their native dwelling. It was their working space. The precious metal, the dust, the intense heat, all were elements of a task that was not yet completed. Initially, the Vatican dismissed the letter as the hallucinations of a sun-crazed cleric. But then a second letter arrived, then a third one. All originated from diverse global locations, all describing the identical dream, different priests, same images, same fiery sky, same silent observers. What was their common link? Just one thing. Each one had spent time among the remnants of Sumer. Gold has historically held a peculiar role in the mythology of Sumer. It was revered not merely as wealth, but as something sacred. The Anunnaki, based on the cuneiform tablets, did not demand worship. They required gold, not for ornamentation, but to be sent up into the cosmos. Liquefied, pulverized, cleansed. The Vatican has long argued over its figurative meaning, but some share a different interpretation in hushed conversations, that the visions were not dreams at all, but recovered memories, traces of an origin older than existence, older than religious scripture. A scholar named Brother Tommaso dedicated years to secretly examining these reports. He contrasted the dream narratives with ancient documents sourced in Nineveh and matched the emblems to carvings unearthed in the south of Iraq. One design was present in every single vision, a spiraling cloud of dust enclosed in a golden circle. He theorized it represented the human spirit being chained to the physical world. Brother Tommaso disappeared in the year 1926. His findings were never made public, but concealed in the margins of one of his private journals, discovered years later in the Vatican repository, was a single phrase inscribed in Sumerian and translated beneath it in Latin. "We are the dust they created." Even now, the Vatican maintains those dreams in strict confinement, not because they are falsehoods, but because some believe they are the closest we have to the truth. And sometimes, reality presents a greater threat than mere heresy. High above the polished floor of St. Peter's Basilica, in plain view but often missed, the massive dome rises like a sculpted eye observing the celestial sphere. Its brass lettering catches the light. Latin phrases are inscribed along its supportive ribs, some from the Bible, others drawn from less-known texts that few living people can decipher. But one symbol draws the attention of those trained to perceive it, an emblem not rooted in the Christian tradition, but found on the clay writings of Sumer. It is small, merely an etching, barely discernible, tucked near the central capstone of the structure, a coiled shape within a ring set within an 8-pointed star. Most sightseers pass beneath it daily without a closer look. But for those who investigate the hidden aspects of the Vatican, it is recognized as the key. In the early decades of the 20th century, a Jesuit astronomer named Father Corbin grew obsessed with that unique symbol. He hypothesized it held a numerical cipher, one that connected the foundational design of the basilica to the motion of the stars. He spent countless evenings ascending to the dome's upper walkways with a lantern and a notebook, documenting lines, angles, and lunar shadows. What he uncovered was deeply disturbing. According to his records, the dome served a purpose beyond aesthetics. It was a precise diagram, a celestial map indicating not only cosmic bodies but specific moments in time. He named his discovery the Key of the Return. One particular line, when traced across the dome's curvature, pointed directly to a star group that had not been observable for thousands of years, a cluster identified in ancient Mesopotamian works as the Throne of Enki. Father Corbin concluded the original architects of the dome had intentionally embedded a secret within its very construction. Not just a religious testament, but a dire warning, engraved in the stone, hidden in mathematics, encrypted in the interplay of light. And he was not the only one to notice its meaning. A cardinal assigned to monitor his research dismissed him as eccentric, but subsequently ordered the dome temporarily sealed for restoration. Shortly following the receipt of Corbin's final research notes, the supports were erected. The astronomer was quietly moved to a different post. His personal journals vanished. Years later, in 1962, during the Second Vatican Council, Pope John XXIII is said to have paused mid-sentence during an address and looked up towards the dome. Individuals near him reported a change in his expression, not fright, but recognition, as if recalling something he had been trying to suppress. That same evening, he reportedly requested a specific document from the Apostolic Archive, a detailed record dating back to the year 1666. Its contents remain undisclosed. Why would the dome conceal a stellar secret, and why would a pope seek information in a paper written in the same year a devastating fire ravaged Rome? Some argue the dome is not merely a statement of the Church's link to divinity, it functions as a powerful lock. And somewhere beneath the Vatican, the artifact it safeguards, the actual key, awaits its use. In the private vault of the Vatican Apostolic Archive, past a secure gate that most will never encounter, there is a specialized file covered in delicate calfskin and marked only with 3 letters. D-E-I. It is Latin, of course, translating to God. But the style in which it is written, pressed deep into the leather instead of inked, has puzzled academic experts for decades. No date is recorded, no source, no title, just those 3 characters. It came to the attention of the Church in the year 1949 when a Jesuit language specialist named Father Benedetti was assigned the task of cataloguing forgotten items from the archive's deepest cellar. His responsibilities were largely tedious by normal standards, cross-referencing markers to books, recording inventories, transcribing labels. That is, until he opened the plain file and saw the contents. What he discovered were scraps, not complete scrolls, but torn fragments as if purposefully destroyed, then meticulously collected. They originated from diverse historical periods, some from the Middle Ages, some from the Roman era, and at least one preceding Christ, etched on brittle papyrus in a dialect he could not identify. The calligraphy was inconsistent, but the same short phrase recurred repeatedly in many of the different languages. The word is 3. What single word, he contemplated, could possess such power that it had to be fractured and scattered across history? His extensive research led him to literature kept hidden from the general populace for generations. The Nag Hammadi texts, Mesopotamian clay artifacts, obscure parchment found buried underneath ancient Egyptian structures. Every source contained references to sacred utterances, sounds that were strictly forbidden to be spoken, names that could either summon or completely destroy. Across all belief systems, there appeared to be a persistent warning about specific words that must never be articulated. Father Benedetti eventually concluded that the three-letter word was not simply a reference to the divine, but something far more specific. A name predating any established religion, a name once used to describe a being that was not entirely human. His final submission before retirement detailed a link between this word and a specific Sumerian clay tablet sealed under the Vatican since the 18th century. The tablet, also broken into 3 segments, bore symbols that matched those on a series of bronze rings recovered in Ur. Each individual ring contained a single syllable. When pronounced sequentially, they were rumoured to unlock something within the consciousness, perhaps a vision or a deeply buried memory, though the exact meaning was never determined. After Father Benedetti resigned from his position, his official file was secured, but in the margins of one of his documents, written in faded red pigment, someone had hastily scribbled a final query: is the name of God a warning rather than a comfort? That haunting question still resonates in the minds of the few who are aware of the file's existence. Some speculate the Church fears the inherent power of the word, not because it undermines faith, but because it might reveal a truth buried deeper than the Bible. A mere 3-letter name, long concealed in plain sight, whispered in subconscious visions and feared by the individuals in the white vestments. In the twilight hours of an October evening in the year 2003, an elderly man in a well-worn brown overcoat exited the Jesuit residence located near the Vatican Library. His name was Professor Emilio Sarti, one of the Holy See's most trusted experts on ancient history. Few people outside the Vatican hierarchy knew his identity, yet within the marble walls of authority he was recognized for his intense study of prohibited manuscripts, archaic languages, and a strong fascination with texts from Mesopotamia. That particular night, he acted very strangely. He left his keys, all his papers, and his eyeglasses on his desk. He carried only a single thin, old, leather-bound journal that had no cover title. Eyewitnesses reported he crossed St. Peter's Square slowly. Not in a rush, but with the quiet resignation of a man who had accepted a final conclusion. What was most unusual, almost unsettling, was his ultimate destination. He did not proceed toward the usual chapels or places of contemplation. Instead, he moved toward the ancient outer wall positioned behind the tall obelisk, the part that most visitors never pay attention to. According to a Swiss guard observing the scene from a distance, Sarti paused there for nearly 10 minutes. He gently touched the massive stone, then murmured something that sounded like Sumerian. After that, he vanished completely around the far side of the basilica. He was never seen again by anyone. The Vatican released a concise official statement. Professor Sarti is presumed deceased following an unauthorized departure from Vatican territory, but those who knew him, even slightly, suspected the explanation was incomplete. 2 days later, his journal was recovered not in his personal office nor at his residence, but deliberately placed inside the pulpit of St. Paul's outside the walls, a location far from where he was last sighted. There was no message, just 3 distinct entries written in his recognizable compact handwriting. The first entry detailed a specific Sumerian character that, when translated phonetically, closely resembled the Latin term for veil. He then correlated this symbol to a Vatican map, one he was explicitly unauthorized to possess, that highlighted the precise location of something buried beneath the necropolis. The second entry was significantly briefer. It mentioned a name he had encountered only once before, etched into a broken marble figure inside the main Vatican archives, Enlil. But it was not the name itself that disturbed him. It was the additional inscription positioned next to it, still breathing. The third and concluding entry consisted of only one complete sentence. I walked where popes are forbidden, and the air there remembers. The journal was quietly secured, and the matter of Professor Sarti was closed without any public notice. But even today, some Vatican archivists refuse to enter the older subterranean areas of the necropolis by themselves. They insist the stone feels unnaturally warm to the touch, and that faint whispers echo through the ancient walls even when the rooms are deserted. And when questioned why they hesitate to go down after the sun sets, they simply reply that Emilio Sarti never returned to the surface. Below the polished marble flooring of the Vatican lies a sealed chamber known to very few. It is not part of the documented public records. It is completely absent from all official floor plans. And although some occasionally refer to it as the uncatalogued vault, the select individuals who work near it call it something else entirely. The library that is never inventoried. There are no doors marked with identifying placards. No obvious path leads the way. One can only reach it by understanding where not to travel. Through tight passages that turn away from all light sources, descending into a space that feels more like a subterranean cavern than a spiritual centre. It is perpetually cold, utterly silent, and covered with a layer of dust that no cleaning staff ever dares to disturb. The written works stored inside this hidden library lack any titles on their spines. Some are crafted from dried animal hide, others from unusual dark types of wood, and a select few, according to those rare individuals allowed to witness them, are composed of materials unfamiliar to modern scientific understanding. One specific volume is reputed to softly resonate when touched, as if something within its pages is still animated. In the year 1971, a Jesuit historian named Father Lucian Morandi was granted limited access to the secure vault after he discovered a unique script that seemed to connect both Sumerian and pre-Christian Hebrew texts. He believed he had successfully isolated what he termed a linguistic hinge, a point where ancient divine entities and biblical prophecy converged in actual language, not just symbolic imagery. He spent 31 consecutive nights in the lower chambers, returning each day with field notes written in a private code that even his closest colleagues could not decipher. On the 32nd night, he did not emerge. A formal search was immediately organised. His small oil lamp was found still lit on the worn wooden table near the middle of the vault. His coat, his shoes, and his compiled papers were neatly folded adjacent to it. But Father Morandi was never located. Some people think he simply became disoriented in the winding network of old stone passageways. Others quietly suggest that he found a deeper exit beneath the library, a path that no human was intended to take. But a few claim something even more extraordinary, that Morandi did not vanish at all, that he remains there still, somewhere in the rear of the chamber, silently turning pages, fundamentally altered by the knowledge he acquired. The Vatican never released his private notes, but a single page managed to escape when one of his trusted colleagues, a younger Jesuit named Thomas, successfully smuggled it out. The writing on the page was strange. Symbols from many different historical periods were intertwined. But the phrase he had underlined was written in simple Latin. In 10,000 voices he speaks once more. To this day, gaining entry to the uncatalogued library requires 4 distinct levels of official permission, 2 separate physical keys, and the reciting of a formal verbal vow. No electronic devices are permitted inside, and those who finally exit are subjected to a close inspection of their hands for any traces of ink. This is done not because the Church is worried about common theft, but because ink in that place occasionally writes without a hand to guide it, and sometimes what it records is not in any known earthly language. Deep inside the ancient stone foundations of the Vatican, where individual footsteps echo much louder than hushed conversations and the air carries a faint scent of wax and old dust, there is a specialized room known exclusively to the very few who still believe in its latent power. It is neither categorized as part of the official archives nor is it included among the valuable items presented to visiting dignitaries. This specific chamber, circular and completely without windows, is carved entirely from a dense, old volcanic stone brought centuries ago from a specific location that no longer appears on any contemporary map. At the exact centre of this secluded room, meticulously carved into the stone floor with a precision that feels both sacred and profoundly dangerous, is what the Vatican refers to in only one specific document, the final sigil. It is not associated with any established Christian order, not the Franciscans, nor the Dominicans, nor the Jesuits. Its intricate design is much older, far more ancient. Older, some experts claim, than the cross symbol itself, a tight spiral within a square pattern surrounded by symbols not seen since the time when Sumerian priest-kings ruled beneath the monumental ziggurats of Ur. According to a fragile, faded document discovered hidden within the pages of a Jesuit field diary from the year 1912, the sigil was not created by human effort. The priest who authored the diary entry was exploring ruins in the south of Iraq when he stumbled upon a broken wall that bore an exact matching pattern. He meticulously copied the design by hand, returned immediately to the Vatican, and never undertook another journey. The last page of his diary contained only the simple sentence, "They warned us, but the stars no longer pay attention." For many decades, the Vatican kept the sigil strictly sealed off until a specific group of linguistic experts attempted to translate the meaning of its inner ring. This occurred during a quiet winter in the year 1977. One of the team members, a quiet scholar from Bavaria named Gerhard Klein, strongly insisted that the sigil was not merely a symbolic emblem. It functioned as a seal, one that was actively holding something back. He was promptly dismissed from the classified project and effectively silenced. Yet, weeks later, one of his original research assistants, a young priest named Matteo, claimed that Klein's hypothesis had been correct. He believed the sigil's pattern matched designs found on the legendary tablets of fire and salt, objects rumoured to have originated with the Anunnaki themselves. That theory was powerful enough to result in the complete termination of the entire project. Years passed quietly, and the mysterious sigil remained completely undisturbed, kept secret behind a heavily reinforced steel door deep beneath the Apostolic Palace. But every year, precisely on the same designated day, the first new moon following the spring equinox, the room is visited not by an entire team, but by a solitary figure dressed in plain black robes with no identifying insignia. No official records are kept of his actions inside the chamber. Some people quietly speculate that he engages in conversation with it. Others allege the sigil emits a faint, soft glow just for a brief moment, only on that specific night. Whatever the truth the Vatican may be holding about it, one detail remains consistently fixed. On the wall positioned directly above the sigil, carved into the stone surface so faintly it can only be detected by candlelight, is an inscription written in Latin, "In the silence of the stars, a name still burns." And that name, according to the archivist who once traced the outline in trembling chalk, is not the name of any holy angel, nor is it the name of any known god, but a serious warning, a specific name that was never intended to be uttered again. In the very lowest subterranean areas of the Vatican, far beyond where natural light can reach and beyond the presence of human sounds, there exists a forgotten space where history itself collects thick dust. The walls of this chamber are made of solid stone, carved with patterns that suggest the hands that made them are long forgotten to human memory. Here, deep beneath the magnificent golden city of religious faith. There is a circular room that contains no religious cross, no lit candle, and no obvious sign of the modern church. Only a single large sarcophagus, a heavy stone box carved entirely from black basalt, its lid remaining completely sealed. For centuries, the Vatican refers to this place as the Dormitorium Dei, which means the sleep chamber of the gods. No one speaks of this location publicly. It is never written about in any official book. Even many high-ranking members of the Church are completely unaware of its existence. Yet, its powerful presence is subtly felt by those nearby. Annually, without fail, a specifically chosen cardinal fasts completely for 7 full days before being allowed to enter the chamber to perform a private prayer. He prays not to the established figure of Christ, nor to the recognized saints, but in total silence. According to a heavily edited document dating back to the year 1794, found among the private belongings of Cardinal Bellini, the chamber was not originally situated beneath the Vatican. It was physically moved stone by stone, piece by piece, from the ruins of a very ancient temple located near the historical banks of the Tigris River. A specific temple whose name is not recorded in any modern scripture. A temple that offered worship to no god known or recognized by Rome. It belonged to the Sumerians, the same ancient civilization who wrote about intelligent beings descending from the cosmos, about rulers who governed for thousands of years, about powerful gods who did not actually die but simply entered a deep sleep, waiting patiently. Inside the deepest section of the Vatican's official archives is a specific scroll that is older than any known New Testament manuscript, written in both Sumerian and what some linguists believe is Proto-Latin. It narrates the origin story of a god figure named Lugalme, the Silent Flame, a being said to have fallen into a deep slumber beneath a temple when the known stars shifted their cosmic path. Not permanently buried, not intentionally exiled, just sleeping and waiting. Lugalme's name is not documented in any Sumerian historical record discovered outside of the Vatican. No archaeologist has ever uncovered a matching legend. Yet, in the margins of the Vatican scroll, written in a different handwriting and from a different era, someone once added the stark annotation, "He waits beneath the seat of Peter, may he never be awakened." Some scholars believe this story is merely a metaphor, a complex allegory within a larger narrative. But others, those who still work routinely in the ancient wing directly beneath St. Peter's Basilica, claim they can detect a sound when they walk near the sealed door, a low, slow, rhythmic pulse, like a faint, steady breath. In 1947, a Jesuit physicist named Paolo Farini formally requested access to the chamber after recording very strange and specific magnetic pulses beneath the marble floor. His request was denied immediately. He tragically died that same year, falling from the high roof of the Vatican Library. To this day, the Vatican officially denies any specific knowledge of such a chamber's existence. But the annual fasting ritual continues. The unnerving silence within the depths deepens, and the single sarcophagus, untouched for so many years, still rests completely sealed in pervasive darkness. Because even within a place founded on deep faith and radiant light, there are certain things that absolutely must remain, dormant and specific names that must never be spoken again or remembered. We appreciate you sticking with us through this whole journey. If this narrative prompted any reflection, or perhaps sparked your imagination about the secrets the Vatican keeps hidden, please share your perspective in the space below. We carefully review every submission, and if you liked exploring this blend of history, enigma, and untold facts, make sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you don't miss our future late-night accounts. Keep seeking answers, rest soundly, and tune in for the next episode.